would like to take this opportunity to welcome you to this session. This session is very, very important, particularly to those political parties that have qualified and are registered with the Electoral Commission of South Africa, as well as the potential independent candidate. Our role as the Electoral Commission is to run free and fair elections. Elections can never be free and fair when other political parties or candidates have more information than the others. So I would like to assure you that we are a transparent institution. All our systems are open, and that we would like that by the end of today, when we leave this hall, that all of you would be on par with all the political parties that are represented, either at a local level, or at the provincial legislature, or in national parliament. So we will provide you with all the information you need for you to participate, given that on Friday, candidate nomination is closing. So we would like to provide you with adequate information and resources so that nothing hinders you from participating in this election. We have also invited our colleagues from National Office to also provide you with information on party funding. This process is also quite important because if you get a seat in Parliament, you will then be a represented party, and you will then qualify to receive funding from the fiscal, besides what you are expected to raise to prepare for the 2024 elections. So the bulk of our time is going to be spent on sharing information with you on the voters' roll. I'm sure as new political parties or potential independent candidates, you will need all those signatures to qualify as a candidate to contest the 2024 elections. So our colleagues who deal with the voters' roll will be quite handy to take us through, because you do not just sign anybody, you sign a person who is on the voters' roll of the Electoral Commission of South Africa. We will also take you through the election timetable, because there are key milestones on the election timetable that you need to be aware of so that you do not miss out, because if you miss any of our deadlines, you might be disqualified. So we really expect that you will interact with us. And then the main presentations will be on candidate nomination, where we will provide you with all the information and all the tools you need to participate in the 2024 election. This is a participatory session where you feel you do not have adequate information. Please feel free to ask any question, and we will respond to all the questions that you have. I think to bear in mind that IEC is here to run free and fair elections, and the elections can only be free and fair if all the participants have the information and the resources they need to participate in elections. Whether these participants are represented in Parliament or in the provincial legislature or not, they should be on par with all other parties or institutions that all along have been participating and are aware of our processes. And I'm sure some of you might have been exposed to our laws and our legislation. Note that will also brief you on what has changed. You know, our laws have changed, our regulations have changed, and so all this information will be required for you to participate fairly in the 2024 national and provincial elections. So on that note, Program Director, I sincerely wish to thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, PO, for giving us that welcoming address. And I also appreciate that you are an active audience. Before I could even ask you to give her a round of applause, you have already done so. Let's give her a second one. Thank you. The PO has stressed quite important issues about today's session. Firstly, she said this is a process wherein the Commission is embarking on a transparent drive to ensure that you all have information. And that goes along with access to information. And she also appealed to all of us to participate so that nobody will leave here with unanswered questions. May I also indicate that beyond this session, the office will be open for you to come either personally or through our various platforms to inquire more about anything that you might still need to know. So today we are embarking on an empowerment drive whereby all the information regarding our registrations, our nominations, and all that will be shared with you all. We are now moving to our next item, which is introductions, roll call, and apologies. May I request that we briefly introduce ourselves? We are going to start at that corner there on my far right, seated or standing this side. And just for us to get a feel of who you are, why are you here, and what are your expectations? But as I say, we are not campaigning yet. We just want to know who you are so that going forward, we are able to interact freely. I've already introduced myself, Nchadin Sebe from the Commission. Mr. Ralivipi, may we start with you. May I also indicate that the roll call is circulating. Please make sure that your details are correct, especially the email addresses and the phone numbers, so that if we need to make any contact with you, we are able to do so. Over to you, Mr. Ralivipi.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everybody. My name is Unrepresented. I'm waiting for the IEC at the provincial office. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Fanny Mutibi. I'm the sub-MEO of Polokwane Municipality. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Reverend Dr. Randicheni, a Conflict Resolution Coordinator, Bembe Region.
Good morning, leaders. I am Minister Faith Pathera from Update My Party talk show.
Tovela, ke morama tšatši go tšwa go organization wa party ba roke civic warriors.
Dumela, ke nna Kgositsi Letsoke, IEC Party Funding.
Good morning, Marshall Samalani, All African Allied Congress.
Good day, leaders. Lindo Mashims representing GLC.
Good morning, South Africa. I'm Ponisa Mavunza. Party is Katekan Economic Power, KEP.
Absheni Njani. I'm Obed Tungwani. Political party, Katekani Economic Power.
Good morning, colleagues. Matlamela Sirumula from Sikukune. I'm resolving the disputes there. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Chris Harris, Regional Coordinator for Conflict Resolution for Waterberg. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Lushonolo from Rise Mzansi, Limpopo.
Good morning, I'm Kwabela Matu from Rise Mzansi, Limpopo.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Itumeleng Sianero from the IEC responsible for electoral matters.
Furuwani Dagada from Arise, South Africa.
Good morning. My name is Lisiba Moganwa, IEC Provincial Office.
Magara Chechanyambe, IEC Provincial Office.
Alshen Gezani Isaac Masingi, Municipal Electoral Officer, Greater Guyana.
Good morning, I'm Pastor Lazial Whitehead from the Patriotic Alliance, Capricorn region.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rose Peterson from Petfield.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Percy Gianni, IEC Party Funding.
Good morning, my name is Mukhadi Khata, IEC Limpopo Office.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mzamani Kubai from South African Rainbow Alliance.
Good morning. I'm Lamula Mabunda from South African Rainbow Alliance.
Tobela, nali nalakakesello Masilu Joseph Malakalaka. Kiemeji mokgatlo wa Umkhonto Wesiso Party go tswa Capricorn region. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kensan Josephine Mangani. I'm representing Umkhonto Wesiso Party, Mopane region.
Minjani kwenu? Mina Wilson Sesen wa Gazankulu Liberation Congress.
Absheni ni Fred Maswanganyi from Gazankulu Liberation Congress.
From South African Order Leadership,
Reshila, mina Samson Shuburo, ni email Able Leadership.
Good morning, colleagues. Can not support Umadiva from Umkhonto Wesiso Waterberg region.
Good morning, Matthias Duma, MEO Lubelankumpi.
Good morning, I'm Reply Mkwanazi, MEO Ephraim Mukhale Local Municipality.
Good morning, my name is Abigail Sebanyoni, representing Africa Restoration Alliance Movement. Dumelang, ke nna Julia Molepo, ke representa ARA Capricorn.
Madume o ke Sabidi Kotla, ke representa ARA Polokwane municipality.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Timothy. I'm representing African Restoration Movement.
Sanibonani, nimbingelele nonke South Africa. Lokhulumayo uLavi Mfana Madonsela from Sikukune region. Ngirepresenta ilokujani MK Umkhonto Wesizwe.
Okay, let's give ourselves a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I'm going to actually read from a presentation and unfortunately the laptop that is connected to the online platform is the one that I need, so I'm going to try to reach that laptop from there. But anyway, let's start right from the beginning. I want to say Salochani. Aslocheni. Lukwana. Natiscon. Some time ago, somebody said it's a Mother Tongue's Day. It was last week. I was with a colleague of mine called Willie. We were in Durban. No, 2 weeks back. Because we travel a lot. And yes, I think it was somebody who was shorter than me. That's the reason why I'm struggling. So, we travel a lot as the Commission, or as members of the Electoral Matters from the Commission. And for the reasons that the PO and my colleague here mentioned, we want to make sure that this competition, remember this is a competition, we want to make sure this competition is free and fair to everyone. That's why we need to make sure that everyone is aware of what is happening. Now, I'm going to talk about the voters' roll. And you ask yourself, why the voters' roll? Because as far as you heard, the voters' roll is closed. But why is he talking about the voters' roll? But I like the fact that the PO mentioned that those people that are called supporters, they need to be registered voters. So I'm going to talk about the voters' roll simply because without the voters' roll, there is no election. A voters' roll is a document wherein all of us guarantees us or gives us the legitimacy to participate in an election, either as voters or as participants or contestants. So, Ceci, let's go present, because I want to read from there. We can read, ne? Okay. Okay, look, I cannot confirm already. The presentation is up there. Is it there? Okay. Thanks. So I want to say, life is a cycle, generally speaking. And elections are also secular. It's not a cube, because a cube doesn't flow well. So I think there is a very good connotation to the fact that things that are secular, they move smoothly, right? So if you look at our electoral cycle, and this presentation I think will be shared with you, my colleagues here in Limpopo will share it with you. It means that we are following certain stages in this cycle. There's 8 stages in an electoral cycle. And now we're at between stage 4 and 5. Does stage 4, 5 sound familiar? Are you familiar with stages? As far as electricity is concerned. Ne? So when it comes to elections, there's also stages. Now we are almost about stage 5. So the stage 4 was mostly about compiling the voters' roll. And stage 5, that's what I'm saying, I'm in between. I'm still talking about the voters' roll. But stage 5 is all about candidate nomination, campaigning, which I think many of you have started already. But what is it, this voters' roll? I've got a challenge. Ne? These glasses are actually for driving. If I put them on, I cannot read, and I'm close there. Unfortunately, I don't have my presentation, but I'm going to try I'm going to try to be clever. I'm going to try to read what is there without looking at it. So, okay, let's think about it then. What is this voters' roll? It must be a list, right? You tell me what you see. I don't see what is there. The voters' roll must be a list of people that are eligible to participate in an election, right, of any legislative body or a jurisdiction, either a national jurisdiction, which is our country, provincial jurisdictions, as it is in this election, or local municipal jurisdictions, which is not part of this election. Remember, we've got something called municipal elections or local elections, and we also have by-elections that some of you are familiar with. So this voters' roll gets compiled once, and we maintain it. And it's just used for either national and provincial elections as we have it today, or by-elections or municipal elections. So this is what the voters' roll is all about. But have you seen the voters' roll? Has anybody seen the voters' roll? Not IEC colleagues, obviously. The unrepresented political parties and aspirant candidates. And you know what I like? My boss, which Granville Abrahams, he says, you know what, actually we must simplify this thing and call them individuals. Remember, we've got something called independence or aspirant independence. But if you were to make a contrast between what it is compared to what has been, it means political parties and individuals. No, now you can participate as an individual in the election. Technically, I think we just call it independence. So this is how the voters' roll looks like. And if you've never seen it, the first page is the cover page, and therefore this is the list I was referring to. So we compile the voters' roll according to a voting district. We refer to things such as VD segment of the voters' roll. By the way, today at 5 o'clock, the inspection period for the voters' roll is closing, and I'm going to touch on it later. So when you go to any IEC office, you're going to see a document like this one, wherein you've got an opportunity to say, I do not agree with this person's name being on this segment of the voters' roll, which is done per VD. But what is the purpose of the voters' roll? Is to protect the integrity of the electoral process and promote transparency and fairness in elections. So we compile this invitation list, because remember, we're going to go into a very big celebration. It's a national celebration. So we've compiled this, and we've closed the voters' roll, obviously, when the elections were proclaimed, right? But we do have this invitation list now. So which means whoever is not on the invitation list cannot come to our party, because he or she may spoil it. So that's why it's important that we compiled a voters' roll, and we have it currently. And as I indicated, it's available for inspection before 5 o'clock today. But we don't just compile the voters' roll out of nowhere as the Electoral Commission. We make sure that whatever we do is rooted in law, to make sure that when there's issues, we can refer to the law. My colleague, Kim, she always says, you know, IEC officials, if you look at them like this, you might not see that they have something in their hands, but in their bags, they always have a legislation with them. Because we want to make sure whatever we do is according to the law. So, talking about the voters' roll, the Constitution actually gives us a hint that we as the IEC must compile the voters' roll. The Electoral Commission Act, the Municipal Electoral Act, the Electoral Act itself, and various regulations. So when you look at the Constitution, all of us are guaranteed the rights to participate in an election. And therefore, it talks about us creating a voters' roll as the IEC. Or, well, maybe the IEC was created then. If the Constitution wants to say there must be another body, that body will also be responsible for creating the voters' roll. And I don't want to take too much time. The presentation will be shared with you. Those specific sections are actually a milestone in us creating the voters' roll. The Electoral Commission Act, the act that establishes the IEC, says we need to compile the voters' roll using data from government sources and information furnished by voters. I like this because it means this thing of compiling a voters' roll is a collaboration. So we are charged with the responsibility according to the Electoral Commission Act, but this voters' roll that we put together is a collaboration between us and you and the voters. So I like to indicate that the voters' roll is actually a South African voters' roll. Don't call it an IEC voters' roll. It's our voters' roll. The Act, that actually helps us to manage elections. Remember, the previous slide was about the Electoral Commission Act that establishes the IEC. This one is an act, is a guide on how we need to administer elections, the Electoral Commission Act, the Electoral Act. Now, this is where we get to know who actually is eligible to be on the voters' roll. You can see you need to have an IEC, a South African ID, and you can apply when you are 16, but your name will be entered on a segment of the voters' roll. And I want to emphasize on a segment of the voters' roll for that particular election. Now, as we go further with the Electoral Act, they say the person who apply must do so in a prescribed manner. And I think that's where the regulations come in, wherein we say you need to be ordinary resident. And later on, I will emphasize why this is very key, especially for this election. And the PO did hint on changes in this election compared to 2019. And one of them is about this thing wherein you register and vote where you ordinarily reside. Now, this I've spoken about already. But what I want to emphasize is the CEO. Remember, all of us that work for the IEC, we actually working through various channels. Obviously, I report to the general manager, he reports to somebody, the colleagues here report to this one and that one, to the PO. But all of us actually reporting to the CEO. So the CEO, if he is satisfied that you comply, he's going to make your details on the correct segment of the voters' roll. And that gives you the ability to participate in an election. But there's also conditions, wherein the chief electoral officer may not register a person if that person has applied fraudulently. And secondly, if the person has been declared of unsound mind or who is mentally disturbed, who is declared so by the High Court. Now, who are these stakeholders in this big project? The Municipal Demarcation Board. I'm not sure if you've heard about an entity called MDB. That entity is responsible for the creation of political boundaries. The IEC is apolitical. We are not involved in politics, but we manage and are referee for political contestants. But this voting district, or this voters' roll that's compiled per voting district, has nothing to do with politics. It's for administrative purposes. The MDB is the body responsible for creating political boundaries from wards, district councils, municipalities, metros, provinces, and the nation, or the national boundary itself. And I think all of us are aware now that if you touch the provincial boundary, you have to get a 2/3 majority. So if, like, provinces say, no, this area must belong to that area and so forth, so the MDB does the necessary groundwork, but the parliamentarians must decide that this change to the constitution must happen. Department of Home Affairs is one of the key stakeholders because they help us to verify citizenship and the fact that you are still alive. That's the reason why at times you go to the voting station or to the municipal office today, go and inspect, and you check, they say your name is not here. You say, no, how? I've been registered here all along. So then you must ask them, please check, or they know, actually our colleagues do know, they will check you on the, what we call a rejected segment of the voters' roll. You find your name there, and the reason for rejection is that it says you are deceased, but you are there. Is it possible that you are deceased and you are also in front of the voters' roll and the officers? So that's when you're going to have to raise issues with who? DHA. Not the IEC, but DHA. Statistics South Africa, they do just that. They manage statistics, including consensus and fall under the Department of Finance. So, Municipal Demarcation Board, MDB, provincial government, that's their department. Statistics, Home Affairs, It's Home Affairs as you know it. Status A, Finance. And then we also have our key stakeholders, or one of our key stakeholders, which is contestants, yourselves. Whether represented or unrepresented, or individuals or aspirant candidates, you are a key stakeholder in this process. The citizens who we have called to come and register, and they did so. I'll share with you one of the slides wherein we've been having issues about young voters being part of an electoral process. And this time around, I think all of us have done well to make sure that those categories of people are part of the project. The IEC is also a stakeholder. Because remember, we are here, we are given this responsibility. It could have been you to come and manage elections. But what we're saying is all of us together, we form a formidable team to make sure that elections are free and fair. How do we compile the voters' roll? 3 options. You can do it at home, on your cell phone, but obviously the voters' roll is closed now. At the municipal electoral office, and at voting stations. So I'm sharing this just to make everyone aware that the opportunities for registration have been wide at the IEC, at the voting station, and online, anytime. And once we collect this data, we take it to our data center, and then we compare it with Home Affairs to make sure that the people's citizenship is correct, and we produce a provisional voters roll. This is what is currently available at all our offices, is a provisional voters roll, which anyone, and it's not just political parties, by the way, and contestants, but each and everybody is allowed to go and inspect the voters roll. Now, that's number 5, inspection. That's what's currently happening. After today, tomorrow, we're going to start looking at objections, if there's any. We're going to look at objections, and the commission will decide on those objections, and once everything has been sorted, we're going to produce what we call a certified voters roll, which will be the one we're going to run elections with. Now, I know you cannot see this timetable, but all I want to say, because it's going to be shared with you if it has not been shared already, all I want to say is, it's a legal document, yes, it's got specific timelines, yes, but for you not to miss those timelines, the best you can do is use your smartphone. Remember, all of us have got smart friends. Yeah, your cell phone is your smart friend. The cell phone is the one that reminds you of things that you can easily forget. So what I did, because remember, when I was showing stakeholders, I'm including the IEC as a stakeholder. And if you look at the timetable, there is IEC responsibilities, things that we as the IEC must do. You also need to do. So what I did, I took this timetable and put it on my cell phone with reminders and countdowns so that I can see what is it that I must do by when, so that I don't miss this. Because if you do, you are going to talk to the judges at the electoral court, including ourselves, by the way. If we don't do what we're supposed to do, we are going to have to be answerable to the court. So these are the highlights in terms of the voters' roll. It was available, available from the 26th, as you know by now, on proclamation. And today is the cutoff date for objections on the voters' roll. And by 11th of March is the cutoff date for the IEC, the commission, to decide on the objections if there's any. And on the 12th, will be a certified voters' roll that will continue to run elections. Now, when the voters' roll closed, these are the figures we had. The middle part just shows you the numbers in millions. And if you look at the totals there at the bottom, we have 23,292 voting districts. We had a little bit more because we always want to we want to provide access. So we opened voting stations and we did not have a lot of registrations, and therefore we had to reduce them because running a voting station is not cheap. So when we closed the voters' roll at the time, it had 27.8 million voters. That's a first. We've never had this number. But two sides of those graphs there. And specifically the 18 and 19-year-old row or age category. I'm comparing it to LGE 2021. We had a certified voters roll then, and the people that were registered there, I think were about 160,000. Currently, that number has increased, and we have a growth of 224% of young voters. Can you believe it? Let's clap hands for that, ladies and gentlemen. And remember, you're not clapping hands for the IEC. To us, remember I said this is a collaboration. Yes. So we, as a nation, we've done very well. And the IEC has also listened, by the way. We go through what we call debriefings after each and every election. And some years back, one of the things that came out of a debriefing was the fact that we do not have a dedicated outreach stream. So the IEC started this outreach stream. We've got over 3,000 people that are out there. We also have something called what? Outreach, what? There's people that are focused on outreach. And I think this outreach is reaching. Do you see? I think it's reaching people, ladies and gentlemen. So, what is this provisional voters roll and how do we deal with it? As I indicated, is to inspect. You must go and check the voters roll. And it's closing when? Today. So, I have this slide here. I think I did this slide for ourselves in the IEC, right? But it's also important for everyone out there to know about this warning. In Afrikaans, they call it what? Waarschuwing. Danger, gevaar. So, we have laws that need to protect people's personal details. And people sometimes they call you and say, but how... Yes, sorry. So they want to check, they want to be sure that their details are protected. They say, okay, how am I sure that my details won't be passed on to somebody else? Hence, we have this thing, this danger for every one of us in the IEC, and also I think for you to know that you can't just go to the IEC and get copies of the voters' roll. Maybe in the past it used to happen, but there is the information regulator who has been part of the IEC. So she knows very well how we do our business. And I can tell you, she's watching us. Any mistake, you are liable for 10 million rands. And I don't have 10 million rands. I'm not sure if maybe you guys do have 10 million to be able to pay in case you leak the voters' roll. So somebody might say, but you guys are protected. You can get a copy, but only upon signing an undertaking. We have an undertaking. Because what we are doing, we are protecting our responsibility. Because we're giving it to you to say, now you have it. If you do something about it, you have to be answerable to the laws of the Now, how do you object if you still want to object? You send us an email, objections, or today, 5 o'clock. The time will be up for you to make objections. And these objections, that's the reason why we gave you an email there, can only be done at national office. We've got colleagues in the province, local offices, everywhere. But you can't just come to a colleague of the IEC and say, I'm objecting, and write a piece of paper, say, here's my objection. No, it doesn't work that way. Because the objections, remember, must be entertained and investigated by the commission. And where's the commission? The commission doesn't have offices in each and every locality in the country. They're only based at national office. So that's why we made easier for you to object. And if you don't have an email, you can call us and we can tell you, okay, this is how you must do it. But only at national office, because this is a national and provincial election. And once again, the objections are only handled by the commission, not us, not administration. So that's the reason why they must be sent to the IEC there at national office. But what are reasons for objections? Why would you object? Or what does the law provide for you to object against the voters' roll? You can object saying so-and-so must not be on that segment. And I want to emphasize segment. Because, somebody can think, I can just object against the entire voters' roll. No, we're not going to be able to deal with it because we want to know which segment of the voters' roll and for who are you objecting to say he must not be part of that segment of the voters' roll. Or you could also say, no, somebody is being excluded on that segment of the voters' roll. He or she must be included. Because remember, when we compile this big list of 27.8 million, chances are there may be a mistake. Together with us, we've done all we can. The team is busy at the IEC, IT, electoral matters, making sure the voters' roll is 100% correct. But the reason there is objections period is because the voters' roll, as I indicated, is not an IEC document. It's a national document that is used to administer and decide the outcome of an election. So, once the voters' roll today closes, in the IEC or the commission investigates and makes decisions, that will be the document wherein people are going to come and vote. Because remember, if you are not in the voters' roll, you cannot vote. So it's very important that we see it as a national treasure that helps us in this participation of electoral democracy, or the competition, by the way, because you are all contestants. You can also object. That's the third reason. Remember I said inclusion, exclusion, but you can also object on the correctness. So no, my name is no longer up high. I'm now Mugomezu. So, and my ID says so. Says so. Here it is. So we'll change your details because you are objecting. Oh, well, I must be careful. I mustn't say we. I must be specific on who is going to do it. Is the commission will decide, and the commission will issue instructions to us as administrators to say, hey, go and update those details. We have compiled the voters' roll. We made it available for everyone to look at. The commission is the only one that is going to decide on the objections of the voters' roll. Now we've done with the voters' roll, right? Okay. What other important resources are available at the IEC for you as contestants? The IEC's website, I call it a fountain of information. It is called a website, yes, but if you look at websites over the years, they have evolved, and even the IEC's one has evolved. This is an information resource. Remember, there's something called a water hole, a water hole in a very big game farm, wherein all the animals go there to get some water. So this information resource, I call it, or portal, or whatever you call it, I don't know. I don't want to say website because I'm underselling it. This particular resource is a water hole for all those that are interested in the election. Remember, when I'm saying all, I can start with citizens, South African citizens, and I can start with represented political parties, members of the NPLCs or municipal PLCs, the unrepresented, yourselves, the individuals or aspirant independent candidates, but also the whole world is interested in this election. And where do they get information? They get it from the website, because information is free. And I want to highlight one of the key resources on that website, or information resource, is something called Voting Station Finder. In this election, if you are not in a voting station where you have registered, you will not vote unless you give us notification via something called Section 24, capital A. So, you are a truck driver, and the election has been set, the date, 29. So you know, on that day, you'll be somewhere in Harrismith. But what is the voting station there in Harrismith? How do you know it? There's something called here, where is my voting station? Voting Station Finder. An IEC stroke South African innovation. This particular application has been with the IEC for more than 20 years. Now just imagine, when did Google come up? I think 15 or maybe almost 20 years ago. Have done this many moons ago. Because the IEC is a data-driven organization. And this statement, I've heard it being mentioned recently, but the IEC has always been like this. Why? Because whatever we do per voting district. That's data. Whatever we do, recruitment, voting stations, per voting district. Even now, if you want to know where will I be on that day as I'm traveling, we say, give us your address, which is data. Using the VS Finder will tell you what is the voting station. So the VS Finder, quite simple. You put in an address and it tells you for that address what is the voting district and voting station. And you know what? Because we are a progressive organization, we realize that no, we cannot compete with Google. It was born just several months ago or several years ago. But Google is a monster, is a giant. It's able to drive streets, it's getting aerial photography. So what we did on this voting station finder of ours, we took our electoral logic or intelligence and overlaid it on Google Maps. So if you search for an address, the base map is Google. But the logic that tells you which is your voting station is IEC. And therefore, we are able to use something like Street View, where you can confirm that, yes, that voting station that I searched for, that's the correct one. I can see the fence. I'm familiar with that area. Now, how do you know your registration details? Remember I said inspection at IEC offices? But you can also check your details as we sit here, yourself. Because you can object as an individual to say, hey, my name is not correct there. Or I'm not registered where I have registered. Something went wrong with you guys trying to compile my details. How do you check? You just put in your ID number on our website. You say, I'm not a robot, and the details will come through telling you where you are registered. You can also SMS 32810. If you want to know who is your ward councillor, 32245. When we open for special votes applications, you can check your status by SMSing 32711 with your ID number. Now, we also encourage people to talk to us because it's all about transparency, making sure that everyone is with us. Contact center number 0800 11 8000, toll free. We pay for the call. Remember, there's nothing for free, ne? Yes. So you call us and we pay for that call because we want you to reach us. You also have the WhatsApp number, and you know what, I don't know, I think my colleagues, whoever's joining from national office is going to laugh at me now because I always try to change this number. That WhatsApp number is wrong. It's supposed to be 0600 88 0000. Please write it down. Forget about the one that is there. And when I was in Cape Town, I thought that was fixed. Oh, they say it's there in your program, yes. 0600 88 0000. SMS, I spoke about it, but you can also email us on info@elections.org.za. You can connect with us via social media. WhatsApp is also a social media platform, X, Facebook, Google, and the entire internet. Now, why am I mentioning Google? Because Google, as a company, they approached us and said, guys, you are running an election. How can we help? We are Google. We are a giant. They said, okay, give us your keywords. What are things, what will people be searching for? What is your content? And we gave it to them. So if you go to Google now and search, you just say candidate nomination. Things that are specific to South Africa without mentioning anything about South Africa, they will come up. Because Google has tagged keywords that relate to IEC's elections. Now, we also share, right? Let's share election results. And I want to spend some time on this sharing thing about election results, because before we share, I want to say, as I said earlier, you are partners in this project. So we are with you right from the beginning. Legislation, I think the PO did mention about legislation. I know that questions are going to come up about signatures for independent, signatures for unrepresented. And so when legislation gets changed or gets reviewed, everybody is made aware. And things are published, we make people aware. And when we do voting districts, by the way, we also consult, make sure that everybody is aware that we are doing changes or updates to voting districts. Now, come elections, like now, we have to go around roadshows talking to people, making people aware of what is happening. Now, election day, people vote, we allow parties to come and observe as party agents the electoral process. On top of that, after voting is concluded, when they count, parties are there, all of them, Not represented, unrepresented, not what, no. All the parties that have submitted a form to say, I want to be an agent, including representatives of aspirant independent candidates will be there to observe the counting process. The result slip gets filled, and parties, once again, are allowed to sign, actually they're encouraged to sign off that result slip. But for the first time, we also, maybe we said it in the past, but now it's part of the law, it's part of our regulation, we allow party agents to take a photo of the result slip. Yes. Is it not transparency? That is transparency, because you know what it means? If you are a big party and you manage to have party agents at each and every voting station, you can take photos of all the results slip and have your own team that compiles the results. You know that? But you're not authorized to publish, right? Remember. So we allow, in other countries, ladies and gentlemen, it's not allowed. It's a taboo to say, hey, results, what? No, in this country, it's not a taboo. You are allowed to go and do your own parallel tabulation of results. The only person who is going to publish the official results is the IEC's chairperson. But everybody is allowed to observe, make copies, do whatever you do. But listen to this then. Once we collected that result slip there, and you have taken photos, we go to the capturing site, and everybody is welcome to come and observe where we are capturing things. And after capture, the result slip gets scanned, right? And it goes to a different leg of independent auditors, not IEC employees, no, independent accredited auditors. They check, okay, what is in this system? Is it equals to what is on the paper or the scan thingy? If they are happy, then they make it available. But listen to this one guy. Before the IEC announces the results, and by the way, we do it per voting district. We don't keep results in secret until the end, no. When a voting district is finalized, we make it available. But what does finalized mean? Finalized means before it's made public, we invite everyone to object on the results of that voting district. Everyone. You as a member of the public, you as unrepresented, represented, independent, you are invited to make your views heard for that result slip in your voting district before we publish. And if everybody is happy, then we publish for each and every voting district as it comes. Hence, we're able to do maps like this. This map was 2019. It shows a leading party map. We show who is leading in each voting district. And you can see there at the time it was top 3. We cannot show all the parties. There's more than that participated. Because this is a dashboard. And this is live, ladies and gentlemen. As the results come up, we make it available. As it comes up, we make it available. Right? Obviously, after objections and issues that people might raise, then we make it available. We also not just display the results, no, we make it available for download on our website. All of you, including the whole world, is able to download the results on an IEC website, or an information resource, if I may call it. So, you are sure you can follow IEC's results. You can see how these parties are doing and so forth. You can go to the specific voting district because they are downloadable nationally. Right at the end, as part of the sharing concept, we have an atlas. It used to be physical only, and it used to cost a lot of money. We used to sell the atlas for 10,000 rands. Later on, we said 5,000. I think recently we're giving it for free. But because it takes a lot of effort and work to compile the atlas, the physical copy, which is a very nice book, but we made sure that information is available on our website. But what is there in that information? The atlas is the results of all the previous elections. You can, once again, we put this thing on Google, you go and type your address, and you go to a specific voting district and see, how did my competition do over the years? Okay, I'm new. I know these ones that have been around. How did they do? I want to challenge the champion, okay? I'm going where the champion is strong, or I'm going where the champion is weak. We, as the IEC, make that information available to everyone. Represented, unrepresented individuals, you are all welcome to share in this information. But we also took a step further. I asked you about load shedding earlier. Remember, in this country, we are very used to load shedding. So we at the IEC, we also realized, okay, we said we can share, people can download, what. But these people, they also probably have their own websites. They have their own systems, IT systems. So we made our information available via something called an API. So if we're in load shedding, think of, we have a generator, the neighbors don't have power. How do we make power available to the neighbors? We cannot pull the generator across, but we plug a cable to the neighbors. So that in here, in terms of technology or IT, we call it API, Application Program Interface. It's a conduit of information that comes from the IEC to whoever wants it. And some people took advantage of that. There's a company called Wazimap. They went and did their own mashup. It's called a mashup, where you mix maps and data and graphics using the API. And News 24, they have their own dashboard. I showed you our dashboard, but News 24 have their own dashboard. Because why? They have an audience. The people coming to News 24 reading news. And they said, okay, we also want to be able to display information, but they don't want to refer people to the IC's website. And we said, okay, instead of us or you downloading results, which, I mean, obviously they're only available after all the elections are announced or results are announced. So as the results are coming up, these people, they are able to connect with us via an API, and they are doing a live dashboard so that they can take care of their audiences. An individual called Adrian Frith, he also came to us and said, hey guys, can you please give us the results as they come up? I said, you know what, if we have to give you a memory stick, it means I'm giving you a memory stick every hour. We are going to give you an API, just connect. So what we have here, showing to the whole world, you can also have access to it and show it to your audience as well. Times Live, another media company, had their own dashboard, but connecting to the same truth as the IEC through an API. Wikipedia, how did they know about us? Because our website is free. They went to our website, crawled it with an application, and deduced information and able to produce an article like that one. Now, there's something called artificial intelligence, the fourth industrial revolution. We talk about it. Today I'm going to show you, we are living it, you and I. Because I took IEC South Africa and put something called ChatGPT. And there's competitors already, no? The AI space is very competitive now. Because Google has got their own thing, what do they call it now? I forgot. But go and check it. Google has got their own API agent. Microsoft, their own. This one, we've known about this for the past 2 years, called ChatGPT. But wait, I set IEC South Africa to this ChatGPT, and listen to what this thing said. It says, IEC is a South African organization responsible for managing elections and voter registration in the country. However, as of my knowledge cutoff in September 2021, IEC South Africa primarily operates as an independent body overseeing elections and voter registration and does not provide subscription services or have an account management section on their website. If there have been any recent updates or changes to the services provided by the IEC, I may not be aware of them. It is recommended that you visit the IEC's official website for the most up-to-date information on their services, including any account-related features, if applicable. You see, this thing, it was checking our website at the time and didn't see anything wherein a person must register. It did not know there's something called OCNS, and my colleagues are going to talk about OCNS later, online candidate nomination. We make it possible for you to come and submit your candidate nominations. Because if you don't use that opportunity online, you must go to the IEC national office. You cannot submit candidates here in Polokwane or anywhere else. So This chat GPT thing did not know. Maybe we must run it again and see what it's going to say. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, Program Director, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Apan. You can feel the passion. We have been taken from the voters' roll up to the result slips and a stage whereby we will be announcing the results. May I request that you park your questions if you have any, and we allow our provincial electoral officer, Menka Roma Data, to come and share with us the election timetable.
Very much, Program Director, for this opportunity. My job is simple. All I need to do is to make a presentation on the election timetable. I've requested our colleagues from the warehouse to bring you copies of the legislation. Although the legislation is going to be amended, but I think some sections are still relevant. So as soon as it is amended, we'll make the amended copies available to you, the printed and amended copies. So for now, what we have is this kind of legislation. Emphasis, it has been amended. Now, this election timetable that I'm going to present on was proclaimed on the 26th of February. If you are interested, the proclamation number is 50200. So this is the proclamation that proclaimed the election timetable. Now, what does the timetable actually cover? What are the main points that this election timetable will cover? It will then provide us with information on when the voters' roll will close, when we will inspect and when we will certify the voters' roll. It will give us dates when candidate nomination will happen. It will also give us dates on when we should apply for special votes, as well as Section 24, capital A applications. I think most of us might be aware or not aware that the Section 24A has now changed. We have amended our laws to change Section 24A. Now you no longer just arrive at any voting station on election day. You should have made arrangements. If you want to vote at a station where you are not registered, you should notify the CEO, and these dates will be discussed in the timetable. Without notification to the CEO, it is going to be a very, very big problem. Is it not showing? Is there still a problem? Now proceed to the election timetable. Why is it not going to the next slide? Okay. Thank you very much. I think, as you are all aware, that both the President as well as the Minister, as well as the Premier of Limpopo Province, issued proclamations on Friday, the 26th of February, 2024. So the implications of the proclamations are as follows. The first is that both of them proclaimed that the 29th of May is now confirmed as the date of elections. And the announcement and the proclamation signals the commencement of a number of, now the connection is unstable. It signals the commencement of a number of activities. Number one, that the electoral code of conduct becomes applicable to all parties, candidates, and supporters. So the electoral code of conduct is contained in the legislation. We'll make copies of this legislation available to you. Please note that even before you sign and commit and pledge, on that day when the president and the premier proclaimed the election, the code of conduct is applicable. So familiarize yourselves with the code of conduct as well as the prohibited conduct, because as a party or a candidate who wishes to contest election, you are bound by that code of conduct. You need to respect other political parties. You cannot spread misinformation or disinformation about other parties or candidates. So you are bound by that. If you do that, and for some reason you just go against the spirit of the code of conduct, you might actually be removed and be barred from contesting the 2024 elections. And it is your duty as a party or as a candidate to make your supporters aware of the code of conduct. Ignorance is not an excuse. The code of conduct is binding on all of us. All the parties, all the candidates, the code of conduct is binding. Then that proclamation also closed the voters' roll. I think you listened to Ntate Apani telling us that the voters' roll closed at 12 midnight on Friday, the 26th of February. And also note the following: any person who will turn 18 on or before 29 May, these are first-time voters, those people will be included on the voters' roll, provided they registered before we closed on Friday, the 26th of February. So those first-time voters, if you are lucky and your birthday is on the 29th of May, you will be allowed. It will be a birthday gift where you will be voting for the first time, and at the same time, you will be celebrating your birthday. Then, as I indicated, we have amended Section 24A, where you need to notify the CEO that you will not be able to vote at a voting station where you are registered. So if I'm registered, for example, I'm registered in Polokwane, the name of my voting station is Uo School. If on the 29th of May I will not be anywhere near Uo School and I intend to be in Zaneng, I will need to notify the CEO that on the 29th of May I'll be in Zaneng, and I need to notify the CEO which voting station in Zaneng I'll be voting at, so that the presiding officer of that voting station in Zaneng will be expecting me, and then I'll be allowed to vote. So on the expanded election timetable, I will then share with you the dates when you will notify the CEO, the opening as well as the closing date to notify the CEO. This also implies that those people who are going to vote overseas. If you know that on the 29th of May, you will not be in South Africa, you will be outside the Republic of South Africa, you are allowed to notify the CEO that I'll be in London, I'll be in Australia or wherever. Then I must notify the CEO that I will not be in the country. I would like to cast my vote outside the Republic of South Africa. And of course, candidate nomination officially opened on Friday, the 26th of February, when the President and the Premier proclaimed the election. So we don't just have one day for the for candidate nomination. It's already on. So if you want to nominate your candidates today, you are allowed to do so, actually. Then the provisional voters' roll was made available at the local offices, as James has said, and today is the 4th of March, is the closing date for all of us to inspect the voters' roll, and if we have any objections, we can then object to my name, for example, appearing at Uo School, and you must serve me with a notice, as James has outlined earlier on. Then the Commission will then decide by Monday, the 11th of March, on all the objections that have been tabled, and then certification will happen on the 12th of March, and this voters' roll, upon certification, as candidates and as political parties, we will make the electronic version of this voters' roll available to you. But please note the following, that the voters' roll that will be made available to you, in order for us to comply with the POPI Act, the CEO will expunge ID numbers of voters on the voters' roll. So you will not have full ID numbers of voters on the voters' roll to protect the information. The addresses for those who have addresses will be available on the voters' roll that will be made available to all of you. Then we will also make available the list of addresses of voting stations, and this will be available for inspection. In case you want to inspect the voting stations that in Limpopo will be using, or any other province will be using, that notice will be issued. And then here in Limpopo, we do not have mobile voting station, so that notice will not affect us as Limpopo province. Then the candidate nomination process, as I indicated, that this process opened on the day that the elections were confirmed that they are happening on the 29th of May. So that notice came out on the 26th. So on Friday, this coming Friday, the 8th of March, at 1700 hour, candidate nomination closes. And as Ndate Apani has encouraged you, we encourage you to use online system. No IEC office in Limpopo or local office is allowed to accept candidate nomination. Candidate nomination, if you want to do it manually, you must travel to Centurion. Our national office is in Centurion. The address is 1303, James, 1303 Hevel Street in Centurion. I imagine the number of toll gates that you will pass. And by the way, from the 1st of March, toll fees have increased. So you pass through 4 toll gates when you could have done so in the comfort of your office, online, without any hiccups. Don't wait. In fact, we want to encourage, don't wait until the last day to submit your candidates. Then the IEC will notify you of non-compliance, and this non-compliance is in terms of Section 28 as well as 31C of our Electoral Act. It will be made available to you, and then we will also have, you will then have until the 20th of March to comply, after we have notified you that we are missing the following information from your candidate nomination process. And then we will notify you that some of the candidates that you have on your list are also appearing on other political parties' lists. There are people who are not sure whether they want to contest election on behalf of Party A or on behalf of Party B. So no individual is allowed to appear on two different lists of political parties. So IEC will be generous enough, it will notify you if any of your candidates are appearing on the list of other political parties. Then you will have time to then revise your list to decide on those objections. And then if you are not happy with the decision of the Commission, we have an institution called the Electoral Court. You are allowed as a party or as a candidate to approach the Electoral Court to appeal the decision of the Electoral Commission. You have until the 2nd of April to approach the Electoral Court. And then the court will then decide on such appeals by the 9th of April. And then the final list will be finalized on the 10th of April, and that will give us, as the Electoral Commission, an opportunity to print the ballot. The process of printing ballot papers will then commence in earnest once everybody is certified and we have issued a certificate to all the contestants, the people who are contesting elections. Then special voting and Section 24A applications. And as I indicated that you have those people who are voting, who intend to vote overseas, they also have an opportunity to notify the CEO that they would like to vote outside the Republic of South Africa. And then you also have an opportunity to notify the CEO that in terms of that Section 24A, as I indicated, that process will open on the 15th of March, and then it will close on the 17th of March. So it's a very, very prolonged period. If you know, as a political party or a person who is campaigning on behalf of the party, your party might deploy you outside where you are registered. And if on the day of election your party has deployed you outside where you are registered, then you are allowed to notify the CEO. Even if you are going to vote outside Limpopo province, you still notify the CEO. But note the following: if you are going to vote outside Limpopo, you will only be allowed one ballot, and that ballot is called a national compensatory ballot. My colleagues will elaborate more on this one, on the kinds of ballots that we are going to receive on election day. Then this presentation is going to be made available to you. So this is an illustration of an election timetable, and it codes even the sections. You know, we're doing this in terms of this section. Note the keys. The red colors, these red colors, corresponds to the voters' roll related matters. You know, if you follow the red keys, all those pictures that appear in red corresponds with the voters' roll itself. And then the brownish tan color corresponds with IEC notices, and then the turquoise blue corresponds with candidate nomination, and then the navy blue corresponds with the special vote. So you can follow then the timetable in that particular manner to know, to get to know when certain activities are going to happen. Anything that has a closing date, the closing time is 1700 hours. So anything that closes, that has a closing date, note that the closing time in all respects is 1700 hours. Also note that special votes are going to happen on Monday and Tuesday, the 27th and the 28th. You can apply for a special vote to vote either at home if you are not well and you can't walk. Maybe you are a heavily pregnant lady and would like to be visited at home, or an old gogo who can no longer walk long distances. Such people are allowed to be to apply for special vote to be visited at home. And then we'll also open the voting stations. For example, police officers on election day, they might actually be deployed very far from where they are registered. So before they leave, they can visit the voting station on Monday or Tuesday to cast their special vote. So I'm going to pause here, Program Director, and if there are any questions that we need to address, we'll actually address all those questions. So on that note, thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, PO, for giving us the election milestones. Isn't it the timetable, in a way, is explaining the milestones to us? And as the PO has indicated, it is quite critical that we take note of those. And she has importantly also mentioned that the closing time, wherever there is a timeline, a closing date, it's 17 hours, meaning 5 o'clock, which means that if you bring your list at 2 minutes past 5 on the day set for the closing of nominations, then the train has left you. Like what? So let us also take note of the times. It is now 3 minutes past 11. We are going to take questions, maybe, and we'll have a short break at 11:15. Are there any clarity-seeking questions or any comments from the floor on both the election timetable and the voters' roll? President Changani, siyakhuluma, siyathetha, abulabula, rukwamba, ne? I see there's a hand that side. Any other? Let's take at least 5 hands. Another one in front here. Okay, there's also the gentleman over there. I've got 3, and the 4th one at the back. Yes, please. Do we have the last hand? The 5th one? or undecided? I can see you wanted to ask. All right, please introduce yourself and ask the question. Thank you. There are presentations which will come later. Let us confine ourselves to the two that we've just had, the voters' roll and the timetable, the election timetable. All right, over to you, sir. Let's start here, go in that, or you are already on, okay? We'll start with you then.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and greetings to important people sitting at the front. My name is Dr. Mafele. I'm representing Azapo in the province. My question is in terms of the exclusion in the timetable PU, in terms of the signature campaign that has been excluded on the voters' roll, in terms of the closing time. Because I take it that the voters roll, election times table, election times table, it's how we are planning to, or how we are planning to run this process of elections. So in terms of that process, is that the candidate signature campaign, or the candidate signature requirement is excluded. So the only person where you can see it is when it goes on the provincial administrator goes online. So in terms of that PO, I wanted a clarity seeking question, just a clarity seeking question on why have you excluded that important element? Because if we don't conclude that important element, it means all of us here, we are not eligible to contest provincial elections. In terms of the voters' roll, let me just pass it. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Who is next?
Thank you very much. My name is Wilson Sissin Wakazan. Firstly, the comment voters all. I'm a little bit excited. Who were not irregularities in the past elections. And negative wanted to complain that they will not entertain. Just hopeful, given the presentation, it appears those gaps. If indeed what we have presented shall actually happen, then I give you plus.
How many questions do you have?
One question.
Yes.
This is the last one I'm giving. The other way put this association. What you sound been very silent about the money, the money that we need to talk about. Because some of us are not very clear. We only saw 750, 200. You need to talk to us about that. Thank you very much.
I think the next presentations will cover your second question.
No, it's clear.
Okay, okay. Next one.
Thank you. My name is Zamani Kubai for South African Alliance. My question is very short. It's on objection to the voters' roll. I think this is a very important information, sharing information session, but I think the cut-off date for objections being today is too harsh. I believe that we still have to go back and share with our members. That is the question, to check whether there could be extension or you stick to the 4th. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a closing date, the candidate nomination. So now I want to check the other signatures, candidate, can you?
Thank you. PO, are you able to come and answer or respond?
to send SMSs to make inquiries or check in which areas we registered, whatever. As seated here, I just check the number. Unless if I'm not doing that, I guess if I send information to that number, I'll get a response. And I put my ID there as a message to check, but the information I got back, it's send fail. But it's not a question of that item, so I do have data, enough data. So would that be a question where the system from the IDC or not? Unless if I didn't do it right.
Which number did you use?
32810.
Okay, thank you for the questions.
Well, thank you very much for all the questions. I think Azapo wanted to check, if I understood the question, the acceptance of nomination form, where if accept by signing that I am accepting to be a candidate for your party. Sianego and other colleagues are going to make a thorough presentation on when you submit your candidate nomination, what are the attachments that are actually needed and which ones are not compulsory. IEC might later, in fact, come to you to request you to provide acceptance of nomination. Then the deposit to be paid, Sianego will come. He will give you all the figures. If you want to contest Limpopo, if you want to contest region, if you want to contest the compensatory seat, these are the amounts that are actually required. I think just a tip, if you are contesting, as an example, the National Assembly, the 200 compensatory seats, note that you cannot only give us the 200 names for compensatory seat. You must at least contest one of the regions. So Limpopo is a region, Siana will elaborate more. Gauteng is a region, so you cannot just contest that 200 compensatory seat alone. Otherwise, you are going to be disqualified. Then the last question for me was on the signature requirement for new political parties. Siana was going to talk to this, Siana or Morana will talk to this signature requirement. Note that if you are a new political party, you will be disqualified if you do not give us. And this issue of the signatures opened quite some time ago. So if you do not give us the quota that is required for you to contest either the Limpopo provincial ballot or to contest the regional ballot or the National Assembly compensatory ballot, you will be disqualified, even if you have the deposit amount. As a new party, you are required to give us the signatures. So Siana will give you the exact number of signatures required for you to qualify to contest elections. So paying the deposit without those signatures, note that you are going to be disqualified. You need to prove that you have support and you are a serious party. If you are an independent candidate, all you require is just 1,000 signatures. But as I said, Sianego will talk more about all these requirements to contest elections. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Apani.
Okay, thank you very much, PO, and thank you very much for the questions. It shows that people are engaged. Let me start with and I think the PO did indicate that Mr. Sianego will deal with these things later in terms of signature requirements. But I must say the timetable is what it is. It's actually also something that makes us to travel a lot. We do not sleep, and it is published already, so there's no changes that can be made on the timetable at this stage. But I also want to indicate, and I did hear my brother saying they need to consult with the members. This has been on the news. We issued media statements. The website is always updated in terms of what is required. What we're doing here is one of many interventions. That's not the only one. So, well, I know that we will not be able to talk to everybody. As you can see now, I'm happy that the house is getting fuller as time goes on. But we are doing multiple interventions. So we have various channels, of reaching out to people. But unfortunately, as it stands now, the timetable cannot be changed. The question about the SMS, actually I was trying, and my sister showed me it was saying waiting to connect. We have foreseen all the challenges that can be out there. So that's the reason why we never have one channel. So 32810 is one of the channels. I was trying the WhatsApp. I'm not sure if I got a message already. But we're doing the same concept. Remember I spoke about the API. So this API thing, we've been using it internally between systems. So the SMS line is also reading from the API. The WhatsApp is reading from the API. The guys at the contact center is reading from the API. So if you are having issues with one of the channels, you better try the other one. Have you received your response? Not yet? But I mean, I like what my sister said as well, the program director. Oh, sorry, the PO. Oh, yours is going through, yes. It's various channels. But what I want to mention here, ladies and gentlemen, is the IEC, your IEC, not mine, but your IEC, is trying to accommodate everyone. We've got manual submissions, we've got online submissions, but we must be considerate. Systems can misbehave at times. And it's upon us, I think this is the PO now, who mentioned, or don't wait for tomorrow. Remember the thing closes today, the inspection row. But what is very important for you, or everyone, including myself, because look, I'm also a citizen, I'm want to participate in the election in terms of voting, I can go and inspect, I must be aware of what I'm saying you to myself, or this thing is closing at 5 o'clock today. If I have to do anything, I must do it before 5. But coming to candidate nomination, it closes on the 8th of March. Not 20th, I think somebody said 20th. On the 8th of March, that's next week, at 5 o'clock. But don't wait.
No, this week Friday.
Oh, this week Friday. Oh, yes. I've lost track of time now because I'm always on the road. This week Friday, I said next week, but the 8th of March. And remember I said on the timetable that the PO was talking about, put reminders on your smart friends, these things, because it will remind you. But what I want to call upon all of us is not to wait for 5 to go to that system. Because you're going to say the system is not working. Why? Because all of you waited up until 5 minutes to and trying to use the system. We made sure that we've got all the capacity that you can think of, but you are allowed to make your homework and then capture the things and not submit. Remember, don't wait. You can do your homework and do everything on paper, there, but also the system allows you to capture, and then submit, and then withdraw. I think Mr. Sena was going to talk about these things, ne? Yes, but the important message that I want to indicate here is, because of the brother saying the thing 32810 doesn't work. Yes, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, but that's not the only one. So the PO did mention about toll gates. If you are not prepared to go to Centurion, so tonight or tomorrow, go and do your candidate nomination. Thanks, Program Director.
Thank you, Mr. Apane and the PO. Morafe, you were saying that there is one more gentleman. I think we need to move, and please, 1 or 2 questions maximum. We've got how many now? 3. You will be the last, please, for now. We'll still come back, and we'll afford you an opportunity to ask questions. Over to you, sir. Don't forget to introduce yourself.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Dr. Mashal from South African Leadership Tower. Election timetable. President, you want to election is not already 29. Mara, information, reading and you don't have the consistent online is low. I don't think that our political parties government. And in this election year 2024, 29, it has been very high. It has been very high. The political campaign was represented by another election. So you know what I'm going to stand. Another more especially it is a cellular number. Regularly national or local online submission here, that's the way for this one. The political parties don't submit and reject.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. For leadership. My question related to accountability of voters' laws to the political parties. I just want to know information with regard to where and how or we should prevent the voters' laws.
Where can you access the voters' roll? All right. Thank you. Then the last one. Okay, thank you. My leaders.
Much for this opportunity. I think as James or Ntajapan has said, the election timetable will not change. So this election time, if it changes, IEC will not be ready to run elections on the 29th of May. I think as it is now, we suspect that we are going to have the longest voters' roll because independent candidates are allowed to contest elections for the first time. Newly registered political parties, I think at the last count, in 2019 or 2020, I think it was 2019, Limpopo's ballot paper was the second longest after Western Cape. I think we had about 60 or so political parties that wanted to contest the Limpopo ballot. To do that, we need a lot of time to print the ballot without errors. Because if there is a mistake on the ballot paper, you can imagine how compromised elections are going to be. So we want to have adequate time to prepare the ballot so that all people who are contesting elections and the voters themselves really receive a ballot paper that does not have errors. So the Friday deadline cannot be extended. Candidate nomination, as we said, opened on Friday, on the day that the proclamation confirming elections are taking place. So, and James is encouraging you, go to the system, play around, capture your candidates. You are allowed to make errors, correct the errors, but make sure that your submission is on the 8th of March before 5 o'clock. Friday is going to be worse. If you wait until Friday, it's going to be worse. I think the commission has already announced that we have more than 300 and whatever parties that are registered with the Electoral Commission. So can you imagine all the 300 parties waiting for Friday? We encourage you, after you have gotten all the information that we shall have given you, please go to the website of the IEC and ensure that you start capturing your candidates and also collecting the signatures and making sure that you have adequate signatures to qualify to contest elections. The voters' roll upon certification, as I said, on the election timetable. Upon certification, the voters' roll will be made available to political parties and independent candidates electronically. How will it be made available? Immediately you submit your candidates, you are going to qualify to be a member of the political liaison committee. We have a structure where we consult with any person who is interested to contest elections. So you will then nominate people who will represent you at that structure. It's called a political liaison committee. That structure exists here at the provincial level. It exists at national. It also exists in all the local municipalities. All you have to do is just to give us names of people who will represent you. In Limpopo, we have 22 local municipalities. Some of the officials introduce themselves as municipal electoral officers. These people are the chairpersons of the local political liaison committee in their various local municipalities. At a provincial level, we also have a provincial political liaison committee. I am the chairperson of the provincial liaison, political liaison committee. And then at national, the chief electoral officer is the chairperson of the national liaison committee. So you can have representation at national. Here in the province, our offices are here in Polokwane. Even at a local level, if you are from Guyane, there is always a Guyane municipal electoral office or any other local office. And then in terms of objection for candidates standing for elections, candidate nominations presentation is still coming. They will quote you the relevant section of the Constitution as well as the relevant section of the Electoral Act. These people are going to give you detailed presentation on who will qualify and who will not qualify, and what kind of objections, what are the reasons why somebody would be objected to not to stand for election. So Sianego and Moranwa are going to make detailed presentations on this particular matter, on objections to candidates who will want to stand for elections. I don't know, Ntate Apane, if you have additions.
Okay, thank you very much, Pio, and once again, thank you very much for all the questions. And Pio actually put it very well that the presentations that are coming will provide details. But I also need to indicate that we, as you know, are not makers of the law. This is the Constitution, by the way, and my colleague there, Khosi, came and gave me this and showed me the relevant section that deals with the issue about court cases, how it can be disqualified, and this and I will talk about that. But the reason I'm having this, and he brought it to me, is because this is not an IC document, it's a constitution that all of us should be having. So we are talking about things that we expect actually all of us to know, not just the IC employees, but all of us to know, because a constitution is for all of us. And the questions that have been asked, there's a reference, section what, Khosi? Section 47. And in that I will to go into detail with that one. I also want to comment about the time that is too short. My brother, I can tell you, sometimes I also feel it's too short for me. That's why I'm not sleeping. I'm going around the country. But you know, when something is legal, it's legal, and it can be subject to a challenge. And I also thought, and also your comment to say, represented, happy, unrepresented, not happy. So it means in this election, we need to do the best we can so that we become represented and change the course if we are not happy with the current course of events. So I want to encourage you that with these short timelines, if we perceive them to be short, and somebody's going to argue that, guys, man, come, man, you're not doing elections for the first time. When I'm saying you, I'm talking about IEC and the participants. This is not the first time we're running elections, and this is the first time we're participating in elections. Somebody can say, but you know how the timetable works, and you have seen it before. And if you are so interested in this election, you should have known that the timetable is always about 100 days. And it's very packed. So the moment they say it's out, it becomes legal. But if you have been watching the space, you actually knew what to expect. But once again, I'm saying, I think the more the merrier. Let's go, if we feel like we are not very happy, let's go inside and make ourselves happy and change the course of events, if you're not happy. So, the online system, I think somebody said it's slow. There's a colleague of mine called Kitiso, and I'm not sure if he's watching me here because the guys from National Office are connecting. That's why they asked about the camera, talking about that one day. But like you also have a camera on the laptop, they can see us. So Kitiso, if you are listening, somebody is saying the system is slow. I'm not sure. Have you tried it when you say it's slow? Have you tried the system? The online candidate nomination? Yeah. All right. Okay, I'm not going to allow a dialogue because we can talk bilateral. Ne? So, but I'm going to tell the team that works on the system because they are so passionate about the system and because they want people to use the system. So it cannot be slow, and they will not accept that it's slow. It must be extremely fast. But I can assure you, it may be slow 5 minutes to 5 this Friday afternoon. It can be slow. But today and tonight, because remember it's 24 hours, ne? That's the beauty about systems compared to physical workings at the IEC National Office. Because when you come at 7, people won't be there. If you come at 9, people won't be there. But online, anytime is tea time. You can connect and be able to get your submissions done. Pio, I think that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Let's give Mr. Apane and the PO a round of applause. The message is, don't wait until the 11th hour. IEC offices are opened. you will not be labeled for asking for assistance. If you are being frustrated by the system, or you don't know how to access any other platform, our offices are open. Call us so that we can assist you. As long as we do things on time, I think we will all be happy. But if you wait until late, it may also be late for you to be assisted. So let's go out of this workshop with that common understanding. We've got more than 72 hours to still work. Let's work together and ensure that we close the gaps wherever the gaps are. I'm going to request that we have a health break. Yes, let's come back at 11:45. And then after that, from 11:45, we are going to be listening to the two presentations by both Mr. Mohanwa and Mr. Sianego on the candidate nominations. I think that is where you will be having more clarity. And let's be on time so that we have enough time for discussions. Thank you.
While we're still busy fixing the system here, we have a talk show in the house. I think they introduced themselves before. The talk show is called Date My Party. I would like to give them a few minutes to indicate to you what services they offer to parties and independent candidates in the forthcoming elections. Over to you, Mem Patela.
I greet you all in the powerful name of freedom and justice. My name is Minister Faith, and I am one of the talk show presenters of our new show called Date My Party. So late last year, I confided to the Lord, I said, Lord, elections are coming. And the IEC says they're going to give us 3 ballot papers. And I don't know who to vote for. Who should I vote for, Lord? So I thought the Lord was going to give me an answer to say, vote for A, vote for B, vote for C. But instead, something else happened. He said, you are not the only one with this problem of not knowing whom to vote for. Some have even given up on voting. So now, host a talk show and call it Date My Party. Invite political parties to come and market themselves to the voters, to come and shell out the voters on your talk show. In this way, the voters will be able to make an informed decision of whom to vote for and find their match amongst the contestants. So this is Date My Party. Love your country, love your party. So this is how the talk show is going to work. We are going to be offering 2 interviews to all political parties for a small admin fee. And you might want to know, why are you charging an admin fee for this? As political parties, you will know that you cannot run a political party without funds. If you're going to depend on volunteers, you might ask a volunteer to submit something at 5 o'clock. You call them at 5:15. How far are you? And they'll tell you, I haven't started. So in the very same way, the team members that we are working with, we want to ensure that they are committed and give you quality work, hence that small admission fee that will be there for these interviews. So one of the interviews will be an intro interview, just about 15 minutes, and the other one will be a manifesto interview, which will be around 30 minutes, to go deeper into what your party is about. And because you'll be paying for these services, you have the powers to say, that question number 5, please exclude it, because it won't be live recordings. So you'll be able to say, okay, the customer or the client is saying, let's remove this, and we'll be able to remove this, because we are here to make you look good. So if this was a wedding, Date My Party will be the matron of honor who's running around to make sure the groom looks good and running around to make sure the makoti looks good. So our job is to make you look good. However, we will have platforms where we will allow you to interact with the voters directly, where the voters will ask you questions and there we will not be able to protect you. Just like after the wedding, you guys go on your honeymoon, you live together, the pastor is not there, the matron of honor is not there, now you get to see what happens there. So basically that's what we are doing and what we are offering to you as political parties and independent candidates. The other thing is that effective today, we are asking you to send us your manifestos and we will upload them onto our website free of charge, as well as your organograms. And we are requesting that your organograms should have your pictures because the voters want to see how you look. Just in case you've got big ears, you know, some of your big ears might turn us on and the voters might decide to vote for you because it's the better to listen, the better to hear with, my dear. Or perhaps you've got big, beautiful eyes. The better to see with, my dear. And that could turn on a voter just to see what they're getting themselves into. So with that, we are saying to the voters who are watching, and you guys as well are voters yourself, you know, it's better to vote for the lesser devil than to stay at home. So let us all go and vote. And to IEC, it's time to say too, 2024 is going to be like 1994. We are all coming out to vote. These elections are critical, and they can either make or break our country. So we are here to bring the vibe and to wake up the voters to make sure that they make decisions for their country and vote the right people into power. Because we don't stop going to church because the pastor messed up. It's about me and my God. So just because politicians have messed up doesn't mean that we should stop voting. It's about our country, it's our land. So with that, I thank you. IEC is time to say too. If there are questions, perhaps later on, we can engage with you, perhaps one-on-one.
There you have it. Thank you very much. Once more, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, still in the morning. Can I just check if the projection is on? It is on. Thank you very much. I regard it as a privilege to have this opportunity to address you on matters around candidate nomination process as we are preparing for national and provincial elections 2024. Quite a bit has been said about the processes that we are to follow. And I may also just as well indicate that once we have passed through the candidate nomination stage and we have confirmed the participants in these elections, we are planning for more workshops. There's still quite a lot of information that we have to share with the participants. So once you are on the other side of the candidate nomination, we'll still be conducting some workshops to ensure that everybody is empowered with the information. And just to perhaps also touch slightly on one of the issues that Mr. Apane raised earlier about the issue of transparency. We take it quite seriously. There's a whole lot of processes that we have in place to ensure that indeed we do not run these elections alone. We have to do it with our key stakeholders, political parties being part of the stakeholders, this time around independent candidates also being part of the stakeholders. And part of these workshops would also include the results process. He spoke about the fact that you will have access to the system to access the results. We have to offer that training as well to ensure that once we go to the results center, you are there, you know what to do when we give you access to the system so that you can access those results. So we have those plans in the pipeline for you. So the issues that I'm going to be taking you through, ladies and gentlemen, it's quite bulky, but I'll try and be concise in my presentation to touch on the main important issues that you need to have as we're preparing for 2024. We have decided that before we go into the election, it would be proper, especially before the 8th of March, for us to conduct this workshop so that every participant should have the information that is very, very critical to enable your participation. As you are well aware, this time around, for the first time, we're having 3 ballots for these elections. We're going to be having 1 ballot for the national compensatory set of seats. You will recall that before we had only 2 ballots for the national and provincial. We had 1 for the national, 1 for the provincial, and that was it. What people do not know is that all along for national and provincial elections, you were actually voting 3 times with 2 ballots. In other words, the provincial ballot has always been separated as a provincial ballot, but for the national seats, you always voted twice through 1 ballot, and I'll explain that. Remember, in the National Assembly, we have a total of 400 seats. Those 400 seats are divided into 2 segments, or 2 tiers. The first 200 is the compensatory set of seats, and the second 200 is for the regional seats. So for that 1 national ballot that we've been using all along, we're using the droop quota system to allocate those 400 seats using that 1 ballot. And it has always worked well without any problem. But this time around, because of the change in the legislation, those had to be separated. In other words, the regional seats now are having their own ballot, and the National Assembly seats, that is your compensatory ballots, seats are now having their own ballot. And so we have separated the 2, and that is why today you are having 2 ballots for the National Assembly, 1 for the compensatory seats and 1 for the regional seats. And so I will be taking you through the processes in terms of what are the requirements that must be followed in fulfillment of participation and contesting for these 3 seats. So in terms of number 1 on the screen, the 2 ballots, those are for the National Assembly, but divided into regional and the compensatory seat. And the 3rd ballot is for the provincial legislatures. So that remains the same. The only difference this time around is for these 2 ballots at the National Assembly level, the compensatory set of seats, you're going to have only political parties appearing on that ballot, right? The 2nd regional ballot for the National Assembly, this is the ballot where you're going to have both parties and independents. So when a voter receives the 2 ballots for the National Assembly, the 1 national ballot will be having only political parties, and the 2nd ballot, which is the regional ballot, will have both parties and independents, and that's where the voter will have to exercise their choice in terms of whether to vote for the party or to vote for independent, and that is their choice. But that is only possible in the regional ballot and not the national ballot. The national ballot is only for political parties, and that is the configuration with the new electoral system. The provincial ballot, like the regional ballot, the provincial ballot will contain both the names of the political parties as well as independent candidates. So on the provincial legislature ballot, the voter will be given a choice of either a party or an independent candidate, and they will have to make their choice in terms of whoever that they want to vote for the provincial legislature. Now, in terms of this electoral system, as I indicated, we're using, as a country, the proportional representation system for national and provincial elections. Remember, as a country, generally, we're using the mixed electoral system. You'll recall that for the local government elections, we have both the PR and the ward candidates, And so that makes it a mixed system. For the National Assembly or the national and provincial elections, we are using only the PR system. And that is the one that we're using. And in allocating those seats for PR representation, we're using as a country what is called the Droop quota system. In other words, we are using that quota system, the Droop quota system, which is commonly known around the world as the most proportionate system to allocate seats depending on the number of electoral support received. And so that is the one that we're using. And the PR what seat, according to the percentage of the votes, is what will be allocated. Now, political parties will be required to submit a list of candidates in terms of Section 27 of the Electoral Act in order of preference. So I'll go into details about why that order of preference is important. And also, the list must not exceed the number of seats of parliament or in the provincial legislature. Now, I've already indicated in the 400 seats in the National Assembly, 200 compensatory, 200 regional. It means, as a party, as an example, you will submit 2 lists for the National Assembly, one for the compensatory seats and one for the regional seats. Now, because it's 200 seats each, your list will be containing 200 names for the compensatory seats, and the regional seats will also contain 200 number of names as candidates. You are not allowed to submit more than that. Again, the provincial ballot, or the provincial list rather, political parties, as an example, will be allowed to have the number of candidates according to the number of seats available in the provincial legislature. In the provincial legislature, all along, we have had 49 total number of seats. And you will know that this time around, that is going to be different. How different? There is a process that we've had to follow as a result of the legislative amendments. And that change in the legislative amendment was to the effect that since 1999, according to the Electoral Act, the number of seats in the provincial legislatures across the country were fixed. And so we could not amend that number. Now, for the first time since 1999, the amendments in the Electoral Act are now enabling the Electoral Commission to determine for every election the total number of seats in the provincial legislature. So there is a process we've had to follow. For example, in terms of the guidelines in the legislation, we've had to be in touch with the provincial legislature and other key stakeholders for submissions to be made in terms of the number of seats that will now be in place for the provincial legislature. Now, the amendments are saying we must be guided in determining this number by some scientifically derived formula in terms of the population. And that's where we had to require the services of Statistics SA to assist us with this process, which means that in terms of the formula, for every 100 people in the province, for every 100,000, you're supposed to have 1 seat in the provincial legislature. So the reason why all along we had 49 total number of seats in the provincial legislature for Limpopo is because at that time when it was determined, in 1999, we had 4.9 million. And the reason why we had to include Statistics SA in this process was for them to give us the figures. Now, their figures indicated that in Limpopo, the party must have what is called the authorized party representative or the online party administrator, that is the OPA. That is the only person who is allowed to receive the link from the REC, and on that link you create your own password or the lock-on details so that you can go onto the system to capture your candidates. Now, I must emphasize a few things here. your log-on details, your passwords and all, the REC would not know that. We simply give you a link and then you interact with the system. You create your own passwords, your own log-on details. And in doing so, you have a choice to either get some more people within the party to use those log-on details, in which case, as you know, that is entirely upon the political party or the independent candidate. We don't know any of those login details. If you forget your password, as an example, you go back to the system, you go to I forgot my password facility, you change and so on. That is entirely up to the political party. I'm emphasizing that because as and when you're capturing, on this side of the REC, we cannot see what you're doing until you push the submit button. That's when we get to see, as the REC, what list you have. So what you're doing on the other side, we have no idea. What you do with your password is entirely upon you. Remember, there are also some dangers there. Because if you're sharing your password details, for example, with other members of the party, as an example, they decide to go on to the system using those details and capture some other candidates that the party did not agree on. That is entirely up to the party, and you cannot then come back to the IEC and say, well, the one that so is not according to the party agreement. We don't even know that. So that is entirely up to the party. So that OPA, the authorized party administrator, is the one that will receive the logon details, and that is the person who's authorized to submit a list of candidates for the party and other documents, is able also to resolve any candidate nomination related queries. Candidate nomination relation queries, for example, would include cases where you go onto the system, you're trying to capture this candidate, and the system tells you, no, this person is not a registered voter and therefore cannot be a candidate. It means you must then correct that, replace that person with somebody else. Unfortunately, they can no longer register now because the registration process is closed. Now, again, the single contact person between the IEC and the party or the independent candidate is that person who's receiving the logon details, that is the OPA. Now, it goes without saying that that is the person the party must absolutely trust, because the commission cannot take any responsibility in the event the logon details are used inappropriately. In the case of the independent candidates, now there, the independent candidate is taken as a default OPA. The mere fact that you're an independent candidate, you are regarded as the OPA, and you will therefore be given the details to log on. Now, the submission of lists for the elections, this process is governed by Section 27 to Section 31, as well as the election timetable. The PO has already indicated all those milestones on the election timetable. The cutoff time is 17 hours, that is 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock as per the IEC time, not your time. We've had instances where somebody would come in 5 minutes later and say, but according to my time, no, we close according to IEC time. And so each and every milestone that is appearing on that timetable, the cutoff time is 17 hours. Parties nominate candidates to represent the party in the National Assembly as well as the provincial legislature, and independents stand for the regional seats and the provincial legislature, as I indicated. Parties cannot nominate a candidate to contest in more than one region. Let me pause there to explain it. If you're a party, as an example, you're compiling your list, you're contesting the national list of seats, and you also want to contest 9 other provinces, as an example. Now, on that list of the regions or the provinces, right, you cannot have one candidate who's on Limpopo list of the region, that is the regional list for Limpopo, and that same candidate appears on the Northwest list. It doesn't work that way. In other words, the list must be unique for the regions. The list of candidates you have for Limpopo region on your regional list must not be the same list as the list for another province. So parties cannot nominate a candidate to contest in more than one region. Parties wanting to contest for the National Assembly compensatory ballot will be required to contest in a minimum of one region. This is the point that the PO was emphasizing earlier. If you are intending to contest as a party, you're intending to contest the national list of seats, you must also contest at least one region. You can't contest the national list only, otherwise you get disqualified. And that information is quite important to emphasize, because if you're a party and you are contesting the national and you only submit the national list without at least one region, regional list, you get disqualified. So that's an important one to note. Submission of list, as we continue. I've spoken about the OPA. Submission is done in terms of the election timetable. In other words, this timetable, ladies and gentlemen, you look at those milestones. Each and every milestone on that timetable has got a cutoff date, as well as the time, as I indicated, is 5 o'clock. Candidate nomination opens as soon as the election is proclaimed. As the PO was saying, 23rd of March, that was on a Friday. A week ago, that was the cutoff point. Candidate nomination closes on the 8th, as we indicated, at 5 o'clock. Important to mention 5 o'clock. Now here, there is a challenge. Remember, for these elections, you cannot submit at either provincial office or any of the local offices. If you are submitting manually, you can only submit at the national office of the IEC. And something that we do not encourage, for a simple reason, that the PO spoke about the toll gates. Now imagine you have to rush your list from Limpopo to Centurion, and voila, you have traffic along the way. You can't phone the office there and say, well, I'm running late, please don't close. The time frames are legislated, and you are better off advised doing it online. Other benefits of doing it online. Some years back, we've had some challenges where, for example, the party would come together, they agree on a list to submit to the IEC. They nominate somebody to submit that particular list to the IEC, and the problem was, by the time that list gets to the IEC office, it's entirely different. You can no longer even recognize who's number one, who's number two. Others have been scratched out, new names are in, and it was just a mess. So that's another benefit, because if you're doing it online, there is no arrows that will take somebody from number 12 to number 1, somebody from number 2 to number 14, and you no longer have those. So those are just some of the advantages that you would need to take care of and benefit from. Now, parties must submit a combination of the following. For the national list at the National Assembly, you use Appendix 1 to compile your list of candidates. But remember, this is a guide. It doesn't mean that if you don't use this Appendix 1 as it appears on our website, you will be disqualified. No, remember, you can use your own Excel spreadsheet, number 1, number 2, number 3, on your own Excel spreadsheet. On the system, as Mr. Morano will be showing later, you can then take that Excel spreadsheet, upload it onto our system. It's still fine. But generally, you are guided by Appendix 1. For the regional list, similarly, you're guided by Appendix 2. For the provincial lists, you're guided by Appendix 3. Again, you can still use your Excel spreadsheet, have all of those names, and hopefully before Friday, you upload your list and submit, and that will be the end of it. Also, the issue of signed acceptance of nomination for each candidate for each list. That's Appendix 4. On this particular one, it is not compulsory. In other words, you will not get disqualified if any of your candidates did not accept nomination and you did not submit that to the IEC. However, it remains the responsibility of a party to keep that list, because at any given point, the IEC may request that list. And should you not have a list upon request, that candidate will be disqualified. So much as you will not get disqualified for not submitting acceptance of nomination, if for whatever reason we request that list, and there are many reasons why we can request that list, if for whatever reason we request that list and you don't have as a party, then unfortunately that candidate will be disqualified. So it's important for your candidates to accept nomination and for you to keep safely that acceptance of nomination. Number E, 3E, is payment of election deposit. As we will get to see the amounts, and later on Mr. Mano will show you how you do payment on the system, that is online candidate nomination system. And also what is required is A5 photo. Now, when you say A5 photo of the party leader, we are talking about this, sort of like your passport size kind of photograph. Even if it's A5, but it must be like your passport photo. What we are saying in essence is that we are not expecting a selfie with the family, because that is the photo that is going to be pasted onto the ballot. So we are not expecting you and the family and the selfie with, you at the beach and, that sort of thing. We're expecting a decent A5 photograph of the party leader, and that is the photograph that will be used. Candidate must be reflected in order of preference. Why is this important? If you have your list in that order of preference, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. Now, supposing you get out of your submission, you get 10 seats. What this means in practical effect is the first 10 will go in, and then from number 11 downwards will be on your reserve list. In other words, we do not expect a situation where when you get the first 10 seats, in other words, you win the first 10 seats, you expect number 12 to go in. No, it doesn't work that way. The order of preference means that the first 10 that are on your list will then go in, because that list is expected to be in order of preference. So with regard to independence, please remember to bear in mind the following. For the regional list, you are guided by Appendix 8, and for the provincial list, you are guided by Appendix 9. Now, here's an important one. Failure to pay election deposit by cutoff date and cutoff time is automatic disqualification. It's something that you do not even come to anybody's office to say anything. It's automatic. If payment is not received by the required date, in this particular case, according to our election timetable, the cutoff date is the 8th, this week Friday, at 17 hours. If your payment is not received by that cutoff time on the 8th, it's an automatic disqualification. Now, somebody raised the question earlier, maybe I should address this straight away, about the signatures. In terms of by when are you supposed to submit your list of supporting signatures. That particular date is the 8th of March, that is this week Friday, by 17 hours. When you submit your list of candidates, we expect that also your list of supporting signatures should be in at the same time. You can't submit your list of candidates by that cutoff time, and then the following day on the 9th, you submit the signatures. That is problematic. It means you're already disqualified, and we need to state that quite clearly. No substitution or revision of list after the cutoff date as per the election timetable. Let me substantiate on this one. you have a situation where apologies for that for a minute. It looks like our online participants were not seeing some slides. Thank you very much. Where was I? Submissions. Oh yes, no substitution or revision list after the cutoff date as per the timetable. What this means is the cutoff date being the 8th of March at 17 hours. Once you push that submission button, that is the final list. You can no longer request to withdraw that list, reorder the list, or substitute the list. That is not allowed. The only time we can allow any substitution or any reordering, as we'll see later, is when you have one candidate appearing on both party lists. That happens. And there is an allowance in our legislation to deal with that particular matter. And this is how we deal with it. If there is one candidate appearing on two different party lists, as per the election timetable, we will notify the two parties concerned to say you have one candidate in common. And then it is up to the two political parties to decide, or maybe even three political parties. It's up to them to decide what to do with that one common candidate. Others may want to retain, others may choose to get rid of the person, in which case the party must then respond to the commission to indicate to us what the decision of the party is, and then we'll take the appropriate action. Now, on the timetable, there is a time allowed for you to now correct. Only if you are affected by this particular issue, then you will be allowed time to reorder your list or to substitute your list, depending on what decision you have taken as a party, whether to keep that candidate or not to keep that candidate. Now, in the event you do not respond, let's say the two political parties don't say anything, after we have informed them and notified them that you have got a common candidate on your lists, two-party lists. If you don't do anything, that person will be removed from both lists, that particular candidate. But if one says we want to keep, we'll keep. If both of political parties want to keep, we'll keep. But if that particular person happens to win a seat, then that particular person will need to decide which party they will go with. In any case, we will have fulfilled the legislation by notifying political parties that you've got a common candidate on your party list. So this is the only time a substitution is allowed. Once the cutoff time has come, there is no more substitution or reordering of the lists. Now let's look at the qualification for the political parties and independents to contest. For the political parties, this particular process is legislated in terms of section 27 to 31 and the election timetable, as we indicated. Only political parties registered with the Electoral Commission may contest the election. If you are a political party and by now you still are doing the registration, chances are that you might not make it by Friday. So we expect that each and every political party that is intending to contest, by now they have registered as a political party, because to submit your list, you must be a duly registered political party. Only political parties registered at national level may contest both national and provincial ballots. Parties that are registered as provincial parties can only contest provincial legislature elections. In other words, if you are a party that is registered at the province or the provincial level, you cannot contest the national ballots. You can only contest where you are registered. So if you're registered as a provincial party, you will contest provincially. If you're registered as a national party, then you can contest nationally and provincially as well. Political parties registered at provincial level will be limited to contesting provincially only. I've covered that. Now, with respect to independence, an independent candidate may be nominated to contest in one or more regions, but may only be elected to one seat in the National Assembly. Now, what this means is independents are allowed to contest the national compensatory ballot as well as the national regional list. They can contest both. Now, supposing this person is so popular, they end up winning both. They can only occupy one, either national or regional. Or, in some other scenarios, if this person, as an independent, contests the regional list at the National Assembly level and provincially, and they end up winning both, then this person will have to choose either the provincial legislature seat or the national regional seat. I think earlier I said independent for national compensatory, and remember I said the independent can only contest the regional, not the compensatory one. So if this particular independent is so popular, has managed to contest both the regional seat and the provincial legislature seat, and they happen to win both, they have to choose, because there are one person, they can't occupy both seats, which means that the other seat will be forfeited, and the IEC is empowered to reallocate that particular seat for that independent. So what this means is that an independent candidate may only be a member of either the National Assembly through the regional seat only, or member of the provincial legislature. Now, these are the requirements, a snapshot of the requirements that you need to be aware of. So here we're looking at the provincial legislature contest. If you look at number one, for a party, a registered party, you look at what are the requirements. A party currently in Parliament, independent candidate, what is not required there, that says not required. A list of candidates is not required for independent candidate, but only required for political parties for both the province and the regional list. That's what is indicated there, the first two lines for the requirements for the provincial legislature. Let's look at the third dot. Candidate must be a registered voter in the province contested. For the party that has always been there, yes. For the party contesting the region, yes. And for the independent as well, yes. Remember, I indicated that if you are an independent candidate and you are contesting Limpopo, as an example, you must be a registered person or voter in Limpopo. If you are on Limpopo provincial legislature ballot, you must be registered in Limpopo. So that applies for independent candidate and for the members of the political party, the candidates who are on party lists. The next one is undertaking to be bound by the Electoral Code of Conduct. Remember, earlier we spoke about acceptance of nomination. Acceptance of nomination that is signed by a candidate, that acts as an affidavit by that candidate to say, I am bound by the code of conduct. And so what is also required here is for that person to sign. But as we said, that acceptance doesn't have to be submitted, but the party must keep it on file, very important, because at any time the IEC may request that, and if it's not there, it's a problem because that person will be disqualified. So what this clearly means is that whether you are a party candidate or an independent candidate, you are bound by the Electoral Code of Conduct. Must not be disqualified in terms of the Constitution. That applies across the board. And later on, I will look at this particular provision in terms of Section 47 and Section 106 of the Constitution, which relates to who should not participate in an election. But for now, let's look at whether or not who is disqualified. A candidate as an independent candidate, a candidate for the party, those candidates are equally affected by the Section 47 and Section 106 of the Constitution. But later on, we'll go into those particular aspects to zoom in and check what are those provisions and what do they mean. Candidate must sign acceptance of nomination. We did indicate that. Must pay the requisite deposit to contest. Across the board, if you are a candidate, whether you are from a political party, the party must pay for you for that list. Independent must also pay. Also, later on, we'll look at the amounts. Nomination must be supported by a quota of signatures. Now, here we need to zoom in to look at the numbers that are required in terms of the amendments. Now, if you look at various provinces, this is for the provincial legislatures. If you are an independent contesting Limpopo provincial legislature, and I believe this is the slide where I was in terms of the requirements, if anyone would like to participate or contest the provincial legislature seats. Now, if you look at this particular list of provinces, it indicates the number of supporting signatures that are required. The issue I was making here was for independent candidates, the required number of signatures is 1,000. You'll remember there was a court hearing on this one, wherein for independent candidates, after making their representation, the number was reduced from 15% to a flat 1,000. So that remains the requirement for independents. However, for political parties, that are not represented either in the National Assembly or the provincial legislature, the required number remains 15%. Now, this is the 15% of the previous number of votes that it took to acquire one seat. And we will go into Limpopo and check what is 15% of that number. For Limpopo to contest, a party will require 4,356 total number of signatures. And while I'm on this one, I might as well just respond to some of the questions asked about how are we going to ensure that these particular names, ID numbers, are valid numbers. From where we're sitting, this is quite simple. Remember, when you are submitting the list of supporters, we only can accept the ID numbers that are on your Excel spreadsheet. That is the only way we are going to be able to bounce off those ID numbers against our voters' roll, and that is the only way we can tell whether or not those ID numbers are valid. So people were worried about, if you require 4,356 for Limpopo, how are you going to, how much time is it going to take you to verify all of these names, including for the regional list? And the answer is very simple, and it's actually, the process is actually quite simple, because all you need to do is, once those names are captured, the system should be able to tell you whether or not those names are valid, because those ID numbers will be checked against our existing voters' roll, And within a minute or two, we will be able to know whether or not you're meeting this 15% signature requirement. So it's quite simple. But the key is that you're not going to submit the hard copies, because we can't enter those hard copies on the system for you. You have to capture those and then submit the list of ID numbers, and that is the only way we're going to be able to tell. So it's quite simple. As soon as we have those ID numbers having been submitted, we bounce them against the voters' roll. It will tell us instantly whether or not those names are valid. So if you look at this particular slide, you'll see that for Limpopo as a party, you need 4,356. For an independent, you still need a flat 1,000. And as I indicated, this must be submitted by the required timeline of the 8th of March. And that is this Friday by 5 o'clock in the afternoon as per the IEC time. If you're not able to submit this, 15% for parties or 1,000 for independents by the 8th at 17 hours, it means you are automatically disqualified. You're not going to be able to participate. Let's look at the second one. With regard to the second one, I hope the second one is coming up for the National Assembly. With this one, the requirements are still the same in terms of who can contest the compensatory ballot, who can contest the regional ballot, who must be a registered party. Yes, you must be a registered party to contest. The submission of the list of candidates, which is not applicable for candidates because they are individuals. So a list is not required unless if as an independent candidate you also want to contest the regional seat, in which case you're supposed to submit the required number of signatures for that regional list that you're contesting. Now, if you look at the figures there of the supporting signatures for the regional and national as well as provincial, for parties and independents, these are the numbers. Let's pick on Limpopo. For Limpopo, you need 11,329. And this 11,329 for parties that are currently not represented in either the National Assembly or the provincial legislature. This is the required number of supporting signatures that you need. And this is 15% of the required number of votes as per the preceding elections. That is, in 2029, you required something just over 75,000 total number of votes to qualify for one seat. And 15% of that 75,000 is this 11,329 to contest the National Assembly regional seat. And independents who want to contest the regional list, the National Assembly, the number has not changed. It remains 1,000 total number of signatures. And I must also emphasize that this 11,329 in the case of parties and 1,000 in the case of independents, this must be valid ID numbers. And let me explain what I mean by valid. If you are a political party, you are submitting this 11,329, and let's say you opted to submit manually and not online. The only way and the only time you will know that some of those ID numbers are not valid is upon the submission date, that is the cutoff for candidate nomination. And if the numbers, let's say you submitted 11,330, you can see the required number is 11,329. Let's say you submitted 11,330, one more, in other words, online, and upon receiving your documents, we check and we discover that 20 out of those that you submitted are actually not valid. That means you're disqualified because it would mean you have not been able to submit the required number of signatures. However, if you are submitting online and you're submitting the same 3,230, right, one more, and out of this, 5 are not valid, the system will tell you instantly, as and when you're uploading those signatures, those ID numbers, that 5 are not valid. In other words, they might be registered somewhere in the Northwest or somewhere in Mpumalanga. So you have an opportunity to correct before you make your submission. And this is one of the benefits we were talking about earlier, that if you're using the online submission, these are some of the benefits that you get to receive, because in cases of those who are not qualifying, you get to know instantly and you have an opportunity to correct. And remember, when you are submitting, after submitting your list, and that list is with us, in other words, now I'm able to see it from the IEC side. If you remember, oops, I made a mistake, whatever kind of a mistake, if the cutoff time has not come yet, you can still go to the system, log on, withdraw your list, and correct whatever you need to correct, but make sure you submit before the cutoff. Because if you withdraw before the cutoff, and then there is cutoff before you resubmit, you're out. In other words, you're locked out. So I'm just saying this is one of the benefits. As and when you capture those ID numbers, the system will tell you instantly whether or not some of those are not valid, and you have an opportunity to correct. But these are the numbers, as we have indicated here, that you need to submit. And the cutoff time for this is 5:00 p.m. on the 8th of March. Now, the qualification for candidates, let's look at that one by one. Each candidate, independent candidate that is, must accept the nomination and agree to be bound by the provisions of Section 47 and Section 106. Now, I spoke about this earlier to say there are certain candidates that are not allowed to contest. In other words, they are not allowed to hold public office. And these are the provisions. In terms of Section 47, as well as Section 106 of the Constitution. Firstly, to qualify to contest or to be on a party list to contest or to be an independent to contest an election, you must be a registered voter. That goes without saying, it's an obvious one. Also, what these two provisions are about is you should not have been convicted of an offense and sentenced to more than 12 months imprisonment without an option of a fine. Right? No one may be regarded as having been sentenced until the appeal against the conviction or the sentence has been determined, or until the time for an appeal has expired. A disqualification under this paragraph ends 5 years after the sentence has been completed. Now, I think it's important here to clearly explain that so that we are on the same page. If this person, within the last 5 years, has been convicted of a crime, and in the sentencing, this person was not given an option of a fine, straight 12 months or more, without an option of a fine, within the last 5 years, this person doesn't qualify. And also, the appeal process must have been exhausted. In other words, the time to appeal must have lapsed, or the outcome of the appeal, if there was any, should be done with. And that is one of the qualifications. Another important one in terms of these provisions is that the person must not be an unrehabilitated insolvent. If you have been declared by the court to be unrehabilitated insolvent, you do not qualify to be a candidate. And sometime in the past, we've had a number of examples that we can cite, but we don't want to mention people's names, but we've had quite a few examples in this regard, where somebody was declared to be unrehabilitated insolvent, somewhere in Tshwane, if you remember the issue, and the party blamed the IEC. This has, by the way, has got absolutely nothing to do with the IEC. It remains the responsibility of the party to ensure that the person that you put on your candidate list, this person qualifies in terms of Section 47 and 106 of the Constitution. In the event you fail to do so, and later on it is found that this person is actually excluded by these provisions, that is the responsibility of the party. The party must take full accountability for such a scenario. But it is not the responsibility of the Electoral Commission to do so. Again, remember we spoke about signing the acceptance of nomination by a candidate. Now, that acceptance of nomination also is a declaration by the candidate to say, I agree to be on the party list as a candidate. I accept the nomination because I know of no exclusion in terms of Section 47 and 106 of the Constitution. In other words, that person is making a declaration to the party that they qualify in terms of these particular provisions. Should it later emerge that indeed they were lying, that is between the candidate and the party. It's got absolutely nothing to do with the IEC. All we need to do is to follow the provisions as outlined. If you remember the case I'm referring to in Tshwane, the person concerned who happened to have been a mayor, the party was blaming the IEC, and I think the public did not know at the time that this has got absolutely nothing to do with the IEC. It's the matter between the candidate and the party. And that person who was holding that seat of a mayor for some time had to leave the seat because of this particular issue. And so that's got absolutely nothing to do with the IEC. So what this means, ladies and gentlemen, is that when you put somebody on your list of candidates, make sure that this person is not excluded by these two provisions in the Constitution. So that remains the responsibility of the party. Let's go to number 2 with respect to candidates. Their qualification as candidates, independent candidates, they must pay a prescribed deposit. Well, we take it that for the party will pay for your bill. But as an independent candidate, you must also pay for your candidature. All candidates must undertake to be bound by the Electoral Code of Conduct. This we touched before. Candidates must sign a declaration that they are not disqualified in terms of these provisions of the Constitution. That is the acceptance of nomination. These are the implications of the acceptance of nomination, that they're making a declaration that they are not disqualified in terms of these two provisions. Number provincial elections, candidates must sign a declaration that they are registered in that province. Remember, we spoke about this before. If as a candidate, independent candidate, you want to contest, you're submitting your documents, you are also saying to the commission that you qualify because you know very well that you have registered as a voter for Limpopo segment of the voters' roll. So that should be very, very clear, and that is something that for the side of the political parties is something that parties must insist before you make somebody a candidate, that this person is a registered voter under Limpopo segment of the voters' roll. Otherwise, this person would not qualify to be a candidate for Limpopo because they are not registered in Limpopo. So that remains a very huge responsibility on the part of the political parties. Now let's go to the deposits. I hope it's appearing there on your screen. The deposit money matters. Many people wanted to find out what are the amounts that are prescribed for participation. For those who want to participate as political parties for the compensatory election and all 9 regional seats, in other words, for 400 seats at the National Assembly, 200 compensatory seats, 200 regional seats, altogether 400, you're contesting everything. For all the provinces and national, this is the amount that you have to pay as a party, 300,000. Compensatory election, as a party, remember we said if you're contesting the national ballot, compensatory seats, you must also contest at least one region. Otherwise, you get disqualified. Now, for those who are going with this option, this is the amount. You pay 200,000 plus 25,000 for the region, and that makes it, what, 225,000. Right? Again, still sticking to the parties. Each party that wants to contest the provincial legislature, 50,000 per legislature. So if you're contesting all 9, that's 50,000 times 9. That makes it 450,000. Okay? Now, if a particular political party wants to contest the compensatory elections, all 9 regions, provinces, and also all 9 provinces. That is compensatory, the regions, that is the regional list or the regional ballot, plus all the provinces. If you want to contest everything, the amount comes to 750,000. Right? By the way, this amount that is paid, remember there is always a condition. And we must state the conditions up front. The conditions are that if you fail to secure 1 seat or at least 10% of the voter turnout, you forfeit the money. Remember, when you forfeit the money, you don't forfeit it to the IEC. You pay to the IEC, of course, we manage the fund, but in the case of forfeiture, the money does not go to the IEC, it goes back to Treasury. It's not our money, it goes back to Treasury. Now, let's look at independents. The independents who want to contest the regional list of the National Assembly, as an independent, will pay 20,000 per region. Right? An independent who wants to contest the provincial legislature, they have to pay 15,000 per legislature. So the money is somewhat reduced for independents, and these are the amounts that are prescribed. The most important point to mention here is that, remember, failure to pay whatever relevant amount that you want to contest for. Failure to pay the relevant amounts by the cutoff date and time is automatic disqualification. Now, one can give you some examples. If, for example, you are having some issues with the bank, you've been having some troubles with your transactions with the bank, you want to pay online, I don't know, for some reason, your payment is not going through. You keep fiddling with the system and, let's say eventually your payment goes through, right, by 5:15 on Friday. I'm afraid you are disqualified because the IEC does not take responsibility for the issues that you have with your bank in terms of whatever problems that you have with your bank. If the bank system is, down for that time, remember sometimes it happens that the bank will tell you that the system is down. If that happens when you're supposed to be making payments and come 5 o'clock, that payment has not gone through. Remember, when you're paying online, it records every single second. If that money goes through a second before 5 o'clock, then you're in, you manage to go through. But if it comes 1 minute after 5, sorry, you will get your refund, of course, but you're not going to participate. So I just thought I should also emphasize that to make it very clear. That's just one example. Another example could be that in the area there is load shedding, right? On the day, remember you waited until the 8th. Voila, you have stage 4 load shedding. And this stage 4 load shedding happens, at around 3 in the afternoon. And you look at the time, you say, well, 3 o'clock, I still have 2 hours with the IEC, but then there is load shedding. Your systems are down. I'm afraid you're not going to be able to blame the IEC on that one. Hence, we've been saying, don't wait until the last minute, because these things do happen. So load shedding or not load shedding, if that happens and you're not able to submit your documents on time, I'm afraid you're not going to blame it on the IEC, you'll blame it on load shedding, and I'm sure you can take your matter to the electoral court. They will tell you it's not IEC's problem. But that is just to, once again, to say, please do not wait until the last minute, because these things do happen. So these are the amounts that will be paid with all the necessary conditions in the case of forfeiture. You forfeit these amounts if you are unable to secure 1 seat or at least 10% of the votes. Remember, this 10% varies across different elections. It depends on the voter turnout. Voter turnout in 2019 may not be the same as voter turnout in 2024. So when we say 10%, we're talking about 10% of voter turnout for that election. So here we're talking about 10% for 2024. It can be 10% for 2019. We're talking about 10% for 2024, for that particular election. Now, the methods of submissions of lists, as I indicated, you can do that manually, something we do not encourage because of all those problems that we've highlighted. But in the event you choose to do so manually, PO earlier mentioned the address, 1303 Yuval Avenue in Centurion, Election House, River Park, Office Park. When you submit them there, the documents will be captured and scanned at the IEC National Office. The documents are checked and linked manually. If some of them are not valid, that is the only time you will get to know that some of them did not go through, either be it supporting ID numbers or the candidates. Because it's manual, that's the only time you'll get to know. And it's not advisable when you have an online system. A party has to wait for a period of non-compliance to know the status of the documents. On our timetable, we've got a non-compliance period wherein political parties or independent candidates that have not complied in terms of the relevant legislation will be notified that they have had some problems. And for those who, for example, have had issues that they can comply with, such as we need acceptance of nomination, you have it on record, then you're given the opportunity to submit, although you would not be disqualified. But those are non-compliance matters where, if we say comply, we give you a time frame within which to comply. If you do comply, it's all well, we go ahead with the processing of your... so that period of non-compliance also includes issues around candidate appearing on double party lists. So you will be notified of non-compliance during that window period, and you have an opportunity to comply. But there are certain things that you are not requested to comply on. If you missed on those, it's a straightforward automatic disqualification, such as failure to pay. So that's it's not a non-compliant matter. It's just a straightforward automatic disqualification. And as we said, no submissions are allowed in the province and in local offices. Let me tell you a story, by the way. One election, we had a party. The party did not have this information. Remember, this last line is very important. No submission is made at the local or provincial office. They missed this particular information. What happened was they waited for the last day. It was around 3 o'clock. They thought, oh, we have made it. And voila, we saw people arriving at the provincial office with their documents to come and make a submission. Now, you can imagine their shock and horror to be told that, no, you cannot submit at either the local office or the provincial office. Now, at that time, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Do you really think they will make it to Centurion? They did not. And that's how they got disqualified for that particular election. So this particular line, as you can see there, with some stars there, is important. We do not expect anyone to pitch up at the provincial office with the documents because we do not accept any document at either the provincial office or the local offices. For those who are choosing to submit online, this is the address for your request of the information you log on. And for those who want to apply for their OPA, the address is OPA. I think we shared before. James shared it before, OPA at elections.org.za. So you will log on after getting your particulars, that is after creating your logon details. You go in as party administrator with those details for you to start capturing. Now the party administrator is given all the rights which you don't even have, by the way. If you make a mistake, you can't call an IC official and say, I've made a mistake, please correct for me. We do not get involved in any way. As I said, we don't even get to see what you're doing. We only get to see after you have submitted. That's the only time we get to see your list, your submitted list. Before that, we don't even have a clue what you're doing on the other side. So this is done via the public website. You capture directly on the system. Now, number 5 here that says this can either be centralized or decentralized. Remember earlier I indicated that once you have the logon details, you can share the logon details with some other party members or party administrators. Yeah? But that's the risk you're taking, because should they choose to use that for something else not mandated by the party, is between the OPA, the party, and that particular person. Which means the IEC is not in any way involved. So the party can choose either to do this centrally by one person at their national office, or they can choose to decentralize that administration process. The issue there, number 6, is there is immediate checking of the voters' roll status of the name submitted. We've spoken about this, in which case if there is a problem, you have an opportunity to correct instantly. There is an immediate checking of the documents that you have scanned and submitted. Similarly, if you're supporting ID numbers, if there is a problem there, this person has not registered in Limpopo, instantly you can tell. If it's a candidate and this candidate is not registered in Limpopo and you want to submit for Limpopo legislature, the system will immediately tell you, then you can correct. Scanning of the documents by the party. Earlier we spoke about the photograph of the party leader. Those are the kind of documents that we can scan through the system for us to have them. And there is system links documents. The system links the documents to candidate or the party. Remember, because we've been given a unique link from which you create the logon details. Once you log on and you start capturing and then you submit, the list that you have submitted cannot be mistaken for another party. It can only be assigned to your party. There can never be that mistake of mixing up. That's how the system is designed, to make sure that as and when we do candidate nomination, we don't mix up the names. The names that we captured are the names that will go for that particular political party that has captured and submitted them. So there can never be a mixed-up. The method of payments, this Mr. Morano will go into details about to show you how you actually go into the system to generate and eventually make your payment. So we accept electronic funds transfer using the generated payment reference, which we call the C reference number that Mr. Morano will talk to you about. The direct banking deposit into IEC bank account using the generated payment reference, which we call the C reference. The one big advice that I can give you is when you're making payment, you do not ask for any IEC account. IEC has got a number of bank accounts. You do not grab any of the IEC bank accounts and make payments on that particular one, should you choose to make payment manually. is not going to work. On the system, when you are generating your payment, it will give you a unique C reference number and already generate an invoice, and that's what you use to process your own payment in terms of electronic funds transfer. There was a time when we accepted checks. I'm afraid no one is using checks anymore. The IEC is not accepting checks anymore. The legislation was amended to that effect that we do not accept any checks. Even if you can really vouch to us that there is money in that check account, we do not accept checks. Payment using payment gateway on the IEC website. This is on the online candidate nomination that Mr. Mohanwa will be talking to you about to show you how that is done. Important notice as we're about to wrap up. The acceptance of nomination is required, but it doesn't have to be submitted to the IEC, but must be available on request, failing which a candidate will be disqualified or a party may be opening itself up to litigation by the candidates who claim they did not accept such nomination. What is this all about? More often than not, immediately after candidate nomination, you have candidates who will come through and say, I have no clue whatsoever how I ended up on that party list. I don't know. But normally we would say, well, that is between you and that particular political party. If that is the case, then you're free to open a fraud case. So imagine if somebody is making that claim against your party and you do not have acceptance of nomination to prove in court that indeed this person accepted your nomination. Then the party is in trouble, should that matter be taken to court. This is something that we experience all the time. And normally what we would do is, okay, so you say you have no idea how your name and ID number, signatures and everything ended up on the party list of that particular political party. If that is the case and you're sure, please take them to court. I mean, nothing's preventing you from going to the electoral court and put your case there. At least the electoral court is not, you don't pay, you just go there and make your case. And for those who will never go to the court to prove their case, it might not have been true in the first place. But it's not for the IEC. What we are saying to you is, it is advisable for you to have that acceptance of nomination in such cases. Remember, earlier we spoke about cases where you have one candidate appearing on two party lists. And to prove their innocence, some of them will say, I have no idea how I ended up on their list. I swear to God, I have no idea. In which case, the party can get into trouble if they do not have acceptance of nomination. Where a list has insufficient candidates to fill the list allocated, the party forfeits such seat. Colleagues, this is highlighted in red for a reason. And the reason is, if you submit a list, let's say, as an example, for the provincial legislature, you are required to submit 64 names because you are going to have 64 seats for the first time in Limpopo legislature. If you submit on your list for Limpopo legislature, suppose you submit 15 candidates, and that's it. And you happen to win 20 when you submitted 15 candidates. Guess what? The extra 15 are forfeited. Those seats are forfeited. And there's no way of getting them back. So that is why we are saying, when you submit a list of candidates, submit the number equal to the number of seats. Number of candidates equaling the number of seats, you're covered. Once that has happened, even if you get 15 seats in the Limpopo legislature and you submitted 64, from the 16th, that person will be on your reserve party list. Should anything happen to any of those who went in, then you have a reserve list. And in that particular case, the next person on the reserve list, should anything happen to the one that went in, the first one on the reserve list will then go in. And that's how it works. Where a candidate has been provisionally elected for more than one list, as I indicated on the timetable, we give them 2 days within which to indicate. And if they don't, that candidate is removed from both lists. And that's it. But we give parties concerned an opportunity to make a representation. Non-compliance is only in respect of acceptance of nomination and undertaking of the candidates. Also, the copy of the ID, colleagues. The Electoral Commission can request a copy of the ID. As an example, this candidate who's appearing on two-party lists, we may want to really make sure maybe somebody made a capturing error. That is not the case. And we say, for this person, can we get a copy of the ID to check if indeed this is the correct ID number? Those are the circumstances under which we can request the ID copy of that particular person. And you should have that on record. You can't put us on abeyance and say, well, I still have to get hold of this person. I'm told this person is on holiday in Durban, blah, 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 blah. No. You must have it on record, so that on demand by the IEC, you are able to provide the copy of the ID. For manual submission, a copy of the ID, as I indicated, I think I touched on this one. Important note, a party candidate can only appear on one region. We spoke about this. This can be any region. In addition, can also be on the national list. So one candidate can appear on the regional list and also on the national list for that particular political party. There is nothing stopping that person from appearing on the regional list and the national list. Same candidate can also be on the province list as well and must be registered in that particular province that they're contesting. So let's take a party that wants to contest national, regional, provincial. On the national, they can have candidate X, and they still have candidate X on their regional list. And that person is registered on Limpopo segment of the voters' roll. They can still have that person on Limpopo segment of the voters' roll, but not on Mpumalanga segment of the voters' roll. So they can have that person across the three lists, the two last, that is the regional and the provincial, that person being a registered voter for that particular region. Otherwise, you have a problem there. It's the same thing as the Section 24 application process. Remember, for this election, for the first time, on election day, you can't pitch at any voting station. Now the legislation has been amended to introduce Section 24A to say, if you know now, for example, on our timetable, that is there that if you are a registered voter in Limpopo and you know that on election day for sure you're going to be in Gauteng, you lodge your objection now in terms of Section 24A, and also state the voting station where you're going to be, so that on the day your ballot will be waiting for you at that voting station. And the cutoff times are appearing on your timetable, election timetable. Non-compliance notification. Parties only are notified in the case of where the required signed acceptance of nomination has not been done, or the ID copy. Candidates appearing on multiple lists. Parties are allowed to submit this signed acceptance of nomination and ID, but this is not a point of disqualification. Parties are allowed to substitute a candidate or reorder only in the event of a candidate appearing twice, with that party being affected. Both the above are done in line with the election timetable. So on the election timetable, those time frames are catered for. Revision, substitution, and reordering, I think I spoke about this, that this is only allowed for parties that are affected by a candidate appearing twice, one of those parties being their party. Publication of the list of candidates. Now, the Commission will publish all the names of the candidates for possible objections. Remember, we want to go into the election with the names of candidates that have been vetted. So if you're a candidate, let's say you appear, you know you accepted nomination here, you accepted nomination there, and you believe it's going to be a secret forever. No, it's not. Because on our election timetable, there is a date on which we must publish the official list of candidates. for that list to be inspected by anyone and everyone. If there are objections, then somebody can object. Somebody can say, no, but I know Itumeleng Sianeho here is not supposed to be on a party list as a candidate because this person I know does not qualify in terms of Section 47 of the Constitution. They have the right to object. So we publish the list of candidates for that purpose to allow anyone or any organization an opportunity to object to any candidate. And the commission will also allow submission by the party or candidate against whom an objection is raised. To be fair, if somebody is objecting against you as a candidate, you must also get a chance to state your side of the story. And this is where now the commission will allow appeal against any objection against any candidate so that that particular matter can be attended to. And to adjudicate on objection and allow for appeals. Now, once that is done, the matter, if there are some objections and appeals, the IEC will then make a ruling. If the person is still not happy, then the electoral court will then need to come in and make a final ruling on those appeals. And then, once all that process is done, we will then publish the final list of candidates for national and provincial elections 2024. And that is the list of names that will go into the ballot. Political parties that will go into ballots with those candidate lists, independents that will eventually go into the ballots with those list of names, and that will be the end of it. Disqualification of candidates. As I indicated, candidates can only be disqualified upon non-payment, upon invalid voters' roll status. In other words, if you submitted either a candidate or supporting signature who doesn't qualify because of their voters' roll status. Either they have not registered or they are registered in the wrong segment of the voters' roll. Insufficient supporters, we have spoken about that. They must be on the relevant segment of the voters' roll. Now, a notice of candidate disqualification will be sent to the party or independents. In other words, if you have a list of candidates, or even one candidate from your list that has been disqualified, the commission will, on the timetable date, notify that party that so-and-so as a candidate has been disqualified, to officially notify you after that process that so-and-so has been disqualified. Now, in terms of intra-party disputes, the Electoral Act has been amended to give powers to the Electoral Court to handle intra-party disputes. If there are some disputes within a party about who's the leader, who's not the leader, and so on, the IEC cannot handle that matter. That matter must be taken to the Electoral Court for the Electoral Court to adjudicate on. Otherwise, that matter does not belong to the IEC. The 2023 legislative amendments have given those powers to the Electoral Court to do so. And by the way, the decision of the Electoral Court is final. Let me indicate to you, this is the final slide, some of the challenges that we normally experience when we are handling candidate nomination. Firstly, the incorrect or unclear numbered party lists, especially those that are done manually. They give you a list of 100. On that list of 100, you have arrows taking somebody from 1 to 5, from 3 to 14. Number 17 is cancelled, and those are just some of the challenges. You end up not knowing who's who on that list. Incomplete supporting documents. When we say we need supporting documents, those documents must be submitted. And if not, that is a challenge for us. Candidates insisting on the names that are not recorded on the Department of Home Affairs National Population Register. You'll find that this person is a candidate, is popular in this village by, I'm Itumeleng Sianeho. Instead of giving the party the name Itumeleng Sianeho, to capture that name as Itumeleng Sianeho, then I insist, no, in my village they know me as Tumza. Put Tumza there, then they will vote for me. And so those are the kind of, remember, once those lists are submitted and we bounce the list off against the National Population Register, Tumza will not appear there. It will be Itumeleng as per the ID, right? So even if the party has written some nickname, it will come back the real name as per the ID. And somebody will come through to our office fighting to say, no, this is not the name I gave you. It doesn't work that way. It is only the name as per your ID that will eventually be taken and accepted. Non-submission of authorized party reps. This is a big one where political parties will not take care of this and eventually not designating a firm person to be authorized party rep. So you end up having two lists from the same party. And that is always a problem when you have that happening. So that particular issue must be taken care of. Submission of two different lists, I've spoken about that. Candidates not registered. Also, I've indicated that you must be sure that that person is registered as a voter. And finally, political parties wanting to supplement or substitute or to reorder their lists halfway through. Remember, from Friday, 5 o'clock, once we receive your list, that list is no longer in any way amendable. It is final. It can only be reordered if the IEC gives you a notice as a party that you have two candidates that are appearing on party list. And that is the only time, depending on your decision, is the only time you will be allowed to reorder the party list. I know I've taken a lot of time, but yeah, it's one of those. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mohana, please fill in where on the items which were not touched. And then after you, we are going to have a party finding immediately. And then we have question and answer section for the three presentations. Okay? All right. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Mohana. Let's give him a pledge of encouragement.
Thank you, Program Director. I realize that the screen I'm sharing is not the one there. Can you just assist?
Still the one from Mr. Sim.
Once more, thank you, and good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you. I may as well just take 1 minute or 2 minutes and say, I'm done. Because my supervisor has covered a lot of ground. So on some of the issues, I'm not going to repeat. I think he went into depth about those. So I'll have to just highlight those ones that have not been indicated here. Let me quickly indicate that I'm presenting on online candidate nomination system. That is the system on which candidates will be captured on, even the payments will be made there, and even the list of supporters will be uploaded there. Therefore, when we look at the overview of this, we realize that you must access the IEC public website, and then therefore you'll be able to operate securely on that website. You must also have an online party administrator who will have the access to the party profile. And then you can also allow parties, this system also allows parties to capture their own supporters as well as candidates. And then they can electronically submit documents such as ID, copy, and acceptance of nomination. Should I not repeat this, maybe in the next coming slides. AN stands for acceptance of nomination. And then again, political parties are able to manage capturing progress, and then they can also view exceptions relating to the voters' roll. I think Mr. Sana already indicated that you can check whether this person is qualifying or not, or whether this person still or is diseased or underage and whatever. Mr. Apan in the morning talked about where maybe a person is physically alive, but when we punch the ID is saying the person is no longer there. So you cannot force to capture that person because it will still disqualify. And then we can be able to synchronize the data that we have captured with our IC systems. And then again, this facility provides reports. So you can be able to view the reports so that you will be able to assess whether your candidates have, your list of supporters is enough or not enough, and many other reports. These are the advantages. This online candidate nomination system is flexible in the sense that you can work it from now until you get tired, 24 hours available, 7 days a week. And then you can work at your own pace, it's self-paced. You can decide to work from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock, you relax, you work until the date of the submission even comes. And then is convenience and also offers security in the sense that a political party will have access to its own profile and also able to use their own login details. I'm still going to talk about that. And then it allows for effective payment option in that when you are on candidate nomination system, it also gives you a gateway to say, do you want to make payment now or something like that? Then you can be able to pay on that particular platform of candidate nomination system. And again, it allows automatic audit trail by giving reports that help you to monitor the capturing process. And then again, it is effective and efficient because you can clear some of the exceptions in good time, and therefore you'll be able to know whether some of the candidates have been disqualified or even some of the supporters have been disqualified or not. Now we get to the actual process of working through this. First, a party must identify someone that they will call online party administrator. This person will be the one who will be able to have primary access to the party profile. And then once that party has identified that person, they must send the name of that particular person to the IEC on this email address of opa@elections.org.za. So in other words, it's like they are applying. And then from there, once that form, this form on the right-hand side that you see, I don't know whether I only know our side is on the right-hand side. Then that form should be completed and sent to the IEC. And then in other words, it's like an application. And once you have been verified, then we will send you an email to you and we'll create the name of the party for you, the name of the party according to the details that you have given us, so that it will appear once you access online candidate nomination system. And then you will be able to log on through online candidate nomination system on the IEC public website. And then again, if you believe that there are some party members that can be given user rights, then you can also, at your own, wherever you are, you can also give those other people, you can add them as the sub-users who will be able to help you to capture the candidates or even to help you capture the list of supporters, because one person will not be able to finish that long number which Mr. Sana, when talking about the province, he's talked about something like roughly, was it 11,000, somewhere there. So these are the big numbers, and then they will need one to have maybe some people to assist. But it's not for the IEC to control who you give to and who you don't give to. Then this is the platform where a party will be able to add the other user to say, we want this other person to be having these rights to capture, and then at the bottom you see the name and the ID number, the status is validated, and then you have the disaffiliate or grant access. So you grant this person access, but should you feel that, no, this person is not any more reliable or is even lazy, we gave him 2,000 forms, he didn't manage to capture all those 2,000 forms, he captured only 20, then we no longer need this person, we need to give another person rights. You can still retrieve those rights. You can disaffiliate that particular person. And then, right, then going back to, I'm not going to repeat this in much because Ndadesano already talked about these numbers. I can only concentrate on Limpopo that we have that 11,329 that is needed for the regional quotas, and then for the province is 4,357, and then if any party can cover the quota or can have the list of supporters that covers the number required, the highest number required for a region. For example, in this case, when we look across, Gauteng is the one that has got the highest number of supporters needed. So if you are able to capture, you are able to have that number, the 13,890, which is the list of supporters, then because you are above the minimum that is required, or maybe the number that is required for any other province, then it allows you that you can be able to contest in other regions as well. So, but now when you go to the provinces, in terms of the provinces, each province has got its own number. If you want to contest all these provinces, you must just add up all these numbers for Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng, until Western Cape, and then that number in total gives you 47,886. So that qualifies you to contest all those provinces if you wanted to do that. And then when you log in, or when you access my on the IEC portal, you can access it through that link, and then it takes you to a platform where you can enter your details, and then you can also have your password. Click on I'm not a robot, and then you can sign in. So once you signed in, you will be able to see the following. My IEC, if you are part of the people in IEC, you can have access to that. But if you are not a member of the IEC, you will not be able to access details there. But then you may not accept certain details. But because the name of your party shall have been now captured, pre-populated, then you can go to the tab that says My Party, and then if maybe you have enough time, you want to rest, you can now go to Jobs and look for a job. And then when now you are tired of the jobs, you go back to the party and you capture again. So then when you look at this, you can see that it has, it gives you a permission to have PLC documentation. In other words, you will be able to view or to access the documentation that we share with the parties that are represented, like the minutes. You can be able to access the minutes of a PLC, which stands for Political Liaison Committee. It used to be called Party Liaison Committee. So you can access some of the information there, and then you can also access online candidate nomination. Then, because this time we talk about online candidate nomination, you will click on online candidate nomination. But there's a man who's coming behind me or after me. if I was, or if I were John the Baptist, I would say, there is a man coming after me. So there is a man who's going to talk about this party funding. So if maybe you don't get tired, maybe he will indicate on, or you will get an information about what is happening about party funding. And then the last one is party administration. That is where you can log in, you work on that, you can change some of the sub-users, you can also add other sub-users and so on. So once you get there to your party, you can do what you want to do. Then when you are on that, because now you know the number of supporters that are needed, both for regional seats and also for provincial legislatures, now what remains of you is that you know what you are going to do. You can now be able to access this portion where you are on candidate nomination. Then there will be a tab that allows you to capture. If you look at the three tabs there, there is the first one, capture supporters, upload bulk Excel supporters, and also upload supporters signed list. So if you click the first one, it allows you to capture your supporters. So then you will capture the way you wanted to, then you continue. And remember, each time you capture, this is also showing you the status from, I don't know whether when I'm pointing here with my cursor, whether it is showing at that side membership, is it showing? All right, when you check, on the first side, you have a number, and then you have supporter ID, you have supporters' full names, and then the surname. The next one is saying verified. Do you see verified? I just want to check, otherwise I'm going to stop. I will not be talking alone. Do you see verified? Okay, thank you. Then it tells you that that voter is verified as a valid voter. In other words, it tells you that this one is not disqualified, or is not deceased, or is not a foreigner, is not underage. So this is the person who is a valid voter. So then in that case, you can continue to capture. You can continue to capture until you are done. And then when you are finished, down here at the bottom on the right-hand side in red, is saying download captured supporters. And then you can also delete if you want to delete them. But let's say you want to download the supporters, which means that if you were just capturing those people, you were capturing from the list that has got the ID numbers and also where people's names and surnames appear and where those people signed. And then again, if I may go on. Right, you go to supporter validation, as I indicated earlier, in this red block is showing you that these people are verified or not verified, and then, or it tells you that this person is not verified. You still continue. If you just say yes, it will be yes, but it will indicate the status that it is invalid. But for you to make a quick capturing, this is how you can do it. You have collected the forms that have been filled with the names and ID numbers, the surnames, and also the signatures. Then where you are, you can have a spreadsheet. You can have a spreadsheet, Excel spreadsheet, where you capture the numbers in such a way that the full ID numbers will be clear. I'm saying this in the sense that if your spreadsheet is not well formatted, you may find that when you put, let's give example, you want to punch the numbers, the number for Mr. Sianeo, you want to say 082, and then you continue with other numbers, the other 7 numbers. After you remove the cursor there, you no longer see the 0. Ne? It will no longer show you the 0, which means that now your numbers will be 9, because Excel is not maybe the way you have where you are capturing is not recognizing the 0 there. So you must have the formatting that allows a 0 to be captured as a 0. So that if a child or someone who is a supporter is born in the year 2001, we will put a 01, and then that 01 will still be carried over. And then after you have done all those things, then you will now be able, you can be having different spreadsheets. Someone is capturing that side, another one is capturing in Tabazimbi, another one in Musina, another one in any other place. Then from there, they can still send to you. You consolidate them, and then you make sure that maybe at a maximum, you can have a maximum of 1,000 people on the spreadsheet. And then that, when you have that, you can generate the Excel spreadsheet from the online candidate nomination. And then from there, you can upload that, you transfer that information onto the online one. And then from there, it will populate on the online platform. And then please copy your supporters' IDs to another Excel spreadsheet where the ID numbers can be formatted correctly. This is what I was saying earlier. And then the next thing, you can do upload, or you can upload in bulk. When you upload for the supporters list, you can do in bulk. That's why I'm saying, if someone is in Musina, Tabazimbi, Palaworwa, Polokwane, they are capturing, when they are done, they can send the list to those ones who have got the right or the access, and then they will be able to do the uploading. So then you just have people who are working at the ground, you do the bulk uploading, and then it even gives you the status as to whether the supporters are enough or not enough. And then that list of supporters must also be uploaded. You cannot just give us only capture the ID numbers without having the supporting documents in the form of signed lists. The reason is this. You may find that a person can just go and who got the voters roll that we used to give in the past. A person goes to the voters roll, is just copying the IDs of voters. And then that person is now going to say, these are my supporters. So to circumvent that, we want a list that is signed, that has got the names and the surnames. So in that way, there is no any way that we will be just accepting the lists that are not signed. That must be very clear. So that is where you can upload the supporters list, and then again, from there you will be able to check. At the top right there is a watch. I'm just going to emphasize this so that I don't forget it. There is a watch there. When you start working there, immediately you open there, it's showing you that you are capturing on the 2024 national and provincial election. And then you are left with 14 days, like at this point in time, maybe it may say you are left with 4 days, and gives you the hours of today, and gives you the minutes. So on the right-hand side, nobody will say, no, I was not so sure as to what time or whether I'm running short of time or not. It will show you the time that is left for you, just like the D-Day. So Even if when you are rushing, as Mr. Sano was saying, maybe you will try to upload by the last few minutes, and then it's taking long because that you are having a big size. Let me emphasize that your size must not be more than 5 megabytes. Your document must not be, it can be any form of document, but it must not be more than 5 megabytes. So if you are having a size that is bigger than that, is taking long, you see the seconds going. It was 3 minutes, 2.5, what. And then the last, you can even punch it, or you can even force it. It can't do anything. So start earlier, and then you will succeed. And then the summaries or some of the reports that are showing there, you can be able to just view your own reports and check or now what is happening on what I captured. Like you can check on the national site, you can say, like here, the list submitted for the national is 1, and then if you submitted for the region, you can have 2 there, and then if you submitted there for the province, maybe you are contesting 2 provinces, it will give you that 2. So you have 1 for national, 2 for regional, and then 2 for provincial list. And then from there, it also gives you the names of the number of the candidates that you have captured. That you, on those lists, you captured so many number of candidates. Like here in the national, you captured 150, and then the regional is 75, and then the provincial is 28, and so on. So it tells you where you are in terms of the candidates. I have moved from the supporters. Now I'm talking about the candidates. And then on the candidates, you will click or you will check which one you are contesting. Like here, if you want all the provinces, you'll click all the regions in the names of provinces, but I'm saying in the list of regional. And then it will also be calculating the amount. The moment you click all of them, there at the top is showing you the amount, that the amount should be so much. And remember, if you are contesting the national one as well, we indicated that it will be 300,000. In other words, instead of the 25,000 per each region, you have some form of a discount, because if the national one is 200,000, and then now you try to calculate the number that you will have for the individual regions, then the amount will be more than the 300,000. So, but because the IEC is good, is making a discount for you. That's why you will get, you will have to pay 300,000. Now, the most important thing, when you capture, I'm still going to talk about this matter. The C reference number is very important. No matter whether you are submitting manual or you are submitting online, or you must have a reference number that even maybe if you have the C number, you can use that number to, if you go to the bank, you must use that number. Don't use the name of the IEC and then you even say this. No, once you have the reference number, it links the details of that reference number with the banking details of the IEC, and then because that reference number is linked with your party, it will even link the payment with your party. So without, even next time, even with the local government elections, that is where we get serious headaches. You find that people just go and write Polokwane MEO office, or they say Tabazimbi IEC office. We will take a lot and lot of time trying to link, because as long as you just use the name, there can be many people who use the same name, and then we cannot link that, and it's taking time. So we are encouraging you, those who may not contest this time, you must use the reference number. Here on this slide, on the right-hand side, is showing like this one is C83, is it 190? And then you have the amounts there, and then it shows that the amount that must be paid is indicated there. I don't want to take a lot of time on this one. But all in all, if we wanted to generate a deposit slip, you can generate a deposit slip, and then but you go and then it will give you the reference number. Once you have that reference number, you go on with the capturing, and then then it will indicate to you how much needs to be paid, so that if you don't want to pay through the gateway facility, you can simply go and pay at a bank. Then the next one is about, this one is just almost part of what was covered earlier about the acceptance of nomination. Let me pass it. And then on this one, where we say the voters' roll exceptions, here they are. For example, in these columns that are red, you have the invalid voter status. The first person there who is Meki Fudumele, and then the invalid voter status. So then maybe you decided not to submit that one as final. Therefore, you may still add more names and more names, or you are still investigating the status of that person, or why did you give me a wrong ID number, or what? Why is it not allowing me to, why is it showing that is invalid status? And then again, it shows all those things, and then you can be able to make a clear view of what is the status of your capturing. And then for those people that are invalid, you can say, no, I don't continue. You click, you say, I don't continue. And then candidate bulk Excel template, in the same way that you had a list of supporters where you captured them on an Excel spreadsheet, then you can still copy that spreadsheet onto the one that is on a online candidate nomination system, and then you upload it. Then you can have all your candidates loaded there. The only challenge can be this: if candidate number 6 is not valid, it will mean that candidate number 7 will now occupy that other space when we talk about the people who are qualifying. Because let's say maybe you sent only 20, and then out of these 20, 3 are not qualified. The list that will be saying verified will be saying 17. It will no longer say 20. So that's what I wanted to just indicate. So which means that the person who was number 20, now that person will be maybe number 17. And then this other one is where you can also see the reports again. I talked about this. And then as Ndadesano earlier indicated, this can generate an acceptance of nomination form that you may also print if you want to print, and then the person signs it. That is in case where a person is appearing on different party lists, and then now he has to choose. So you just go to your system, and then you can print that, or if you had saved it, you can print it, and then you give it to the person, he signs, and then you scan it, or you send it to IEC, and then the IEC will put the person in your party list. And then now, about the list, you can either withdraw the list. If you are not satisfied, you can still resubmit that list. But all these things, you can do them before the close of, or before cut-off time, on the day of candidate nomination closure. So make sure that you can play around, you can withdraw, you can resubmit, you can do anything, but all those things that you do, there will be a notification. Let's say maybe one of the people who want to sabotage you has got the user rights, And then he's not happy about the list that was captured by Langa Colette. Then this person can say, I'm not happy about this. These people are the ones that have, who had gone to ARA. And then we no longer want these people. So he wants, this person is withdrawing this list. Then an email will be sent to the online party administrator. He will know that, no, there's something that was withdrawn. Why is it withdrawn? He can do an investigation. He can even try to, if maybe there are internal party disputes, and then he knows that the list is valid, he can have access to that list, and then block the person who was given the rights, and then Yenakaboyana now can continue and submit that list. So you can play around, as long as the message goes to the online party administrator. And then now, lastly, this is the last one. The reports can show you the following: the summary of your nomination of candidates, and even the exceptions that you have. When we say the exceptions, we talk about those that have got issues that make them not valid. Either is a maybe let's say you are capturing for the province of Limpopo. You have an ID of someone who is registered in Gauteng. Then that person will not be counted, even as though he's a registered voter, but that person will not be counted as valid or as verified for your candidates in Limpopo. Then you can track such those people. You can even view the list of your party users, and then you can also track the submission of the list that are submitted as final. You can also view the list that were withdrawn, and then even the date and the time and even the user. The person who was doing all those things, you can view all those things. And then you can view the party demographics, like if your candidate list is more of men, or is balanced, or is more of women, and whichever way. And then candidate substitution, you can remove and bring in another person. And then lastly, you can also look at the supporters, whether you are supported more by females or by males, or even of whichever age, then you can view those. On that note, Chairperson, I want to thank you.
Presentation. My name is Nare Mashita. I didn't introduce myself in the morning, but I hope you all know about this name because I'm the one who sent the invitations to you. Just look at the person next to you and say, we are in. Are you in? Lena Mar. Are you in? So, should we continue with your presentation or we take a 15 minutes break? Yeah, I suggest that we take a 15 minutes break. We must continue with the presentation. Oh, okay, Mr. Tsoke, it's your time. Thank you very much. Let's clap for him.
Good afternoon. My name is Khositsi Letsoke. I come from the Political Party Funding Unit of the IEC. I'm going to try and make this very brief. I'm told you are driving from far, and we need to get through this very quickly. My presentation is about 27 slides. So I will try and do this so that by 3:30 we are done and we can deal with the questions and get out of here. Right. Two things to start with. We don't write the law. The IEC does not write the law. Laws are written in Parliament. We implement, we administer. So there's no law of the IEC. There is no law of the IEC. It is the laws from Parliament that we need to administer. We don't write these laws. They get given to us like any referee, and we need to implement. Okay. Maybe let's just get that out of the way, because there's a question that's going to say, but the laws of the IEC say 1, 2, 3, 4. It is not the laws of the IEC. It is either in the Constitution or in some piece of legislation out there that we are responsible for, or a section of that we are responsible for. Okay. The Party Funding Act, this presentation is going to cover basically 6 topics: legislative framework, interpretation, direct funding of political parties, duties of political parties, enforcement, and general provisions. Now, every piece of legislation in South Africa finds its grounding in the Constitution. Every piece of legislation. Every time somebody goes to the Constitutional Court, they have to say, I have a problem with this act, and this is how it links into the Constitution. When the New Nation movement went to court, they said, we have a problem with the Electoral Act as it deals with candidate nomination, and it violates this section in the Constitution. You don't have to write, we will share this presentation. Please focus up here. We will make sure that Mema Shita shares this presentation. It's more important that you listen and you follow what I'm trying to say. Now, Section 236 of the Constitution says that national legislation must be enacted to deal with the funding of represented political parties. Now, represented political parties only in the National Assembly and the provincial legislatures. Parties that don't have a seat in the National Assembly or a provincial legislature are not considered represented political parties for the purposes of this act. In the same way that the Electoral Act says represented parties need not submit signatures of supporters, but unrepresented parties, and this is this whole group here, must comply with certain parts of this act, very different from those that are represented. We are dealing with the Political Party Funding Act. This act was written in 2008. It became law in 1 April 2021. It has now been in force for 3 years. And so far, there are issues with the act. It is going to be amended, but some of the amendments might not necessarily directly address some of the issues that you may have identified in interacting with a piece of law. The Electoral Act, as far as it tells us who the parties are, and now it will also be telling us who the independent representatives will be. Donations. The Act says any money that you give to a party is considered a donation, but it excludes membership fees. If your party says members must pay membership fees, those are not a donation. When you have representatives in council and they pay a levy towards the party, that is not a donation. A donation includes a donation in kind, and we'll deal with what is a donation in kind. Donations in kind includes, and in simple terms, ARA. Let's use ARA as an example. It's easier that way. 4 of them came here and decided that they're going to use one person's car to drive to come here. Now they pay petrol, they did not have to pay a taxi, they did not have to rent a car. That cost is considered a donation in kind. You do not give any physical cash to the party, but that you are making certain resources available to the party is a donation in kind. You decide that you can afford to pay for this hall for another party, a GLC, to host a workshop. You are not giving GLC money, but you are saying to GLC, I will pay for this hall. That is a donation in kind. PA decides that they are going to get a loan. They have a very rich benefactor somewhere who's going to give them a loan. But in that loan, it is an interest-free loan. They are not going to pay interest on that loan. Now, if they did not have somebody like that that gives them money, borrows them money at zero interest, they would have probably paid about 11.75%, which is prime or more. Now, the fact that they're not paying interest, that is considered a donation in kind. Limpopo. Sorry? Okay. Limpopo decides that the EFF has a legal matter that they need to address. Limpopo decides that there's a legal matter that the EFF has to address and is not going to charge them legal fees. He's a lawyer, he is using his skill as a lawyer to benefit the EFF. That is a donation in kind. But if the same Limpopo wakes up and says, this weekend we are campaigning, we are putting up posters. We are putting up posters. And he brings a stepladder, wears his overall, and puts up posters. That is not a donation. That is Limpopo volunteering in his party to do something else that has nothing to do with the skill he possesses. Okay. Foreign persons. Anybody that is not a South African citizen or any entity, company, business, whatever, that is not registered in South Africa is considered a foreign person or a foreign entity. There are limitations on what you can get from foreigners and foreign entities. The law makes a distinction. It allows certain things and other things it does not allow for. But before I get to that point, can I check? Sorry, has any one of you read the reports that we publish? Last week we published the third quarter report for 2022-2023. Has anybody seen it? You have? Right. I'll make a point to, I'll draw to. It makes it worse, my brother. Loops it, yeah, sharp, thanks. Little bit Okay, right. A political party. Now, the current definition of a political party is any party that opposes another party in an election. It does not mean that you need to stand in an election. It just says that you are saying that party, I don't agree with whatever. So a Freedom Front Plus is a political party. An AfriForum, for the purpose of this definition, could be considered a political party. I know this one you go Joburg, Operation Tutula or something. They could be considered. Fortunately, they started applying. I'm not sure how far that application went. But for the purpose of this definition, they could be considered a political party. Right. So for now, this definition is a bit broad, but we're trying to say a political party should be one that is registered with the Commission, so that we're very narrow and very clear who we are dealing with. We sit with about 580 registered political parties on our register currently. Now imagine trying to administer the 580 plus deal with all the other organizations that are out there. Your Arise SA has an NPC. And we go after Arise SA, the NPC. We need to check what they are doing on the site. There's a party called ATM, and there's a church that goes with ATM. Now, with this definition, we'd have to check what this church does as well, because they are known to assist the political party. So that's how broad the definition would be. Represented political parties, we only have 15. There are currently 15 represented political parties. 14 that sit in the National Assembly, 1 in the KZN legislature. Minority Front is the only one that is not in Cape Town, but it is considered a represented political party because it has a seat in the KZN legislature. Direct funding. Now, parties that are represented, in terms of the Act, the Constitution, parties that are represented receive money from the IEC. We administer the money. Parliament sits and decides, and if you're listening to the budget speech, somewhere in that budget speech, the Minister of Finance said, in this year, we are going to give political parties 300 million rands. It is there in the budget speech. It is not us. We don't go to Parliament and say, hey man, we think you should give political parties this much. We don't do that. Parliament decides, sends the money to us, we distribute it to the represented political parties. So represented political parties receive that kind of funding from the IEC. There's another fund called the Multi-Party Democracy Fund. This is where Corporate South Africa decides to put money in a kitty, gives it to the IEC and says, you can distribute it amongst the parties. They don't want to be seen as sectarian. They don't want to be seen as giving money to one political party, but they're saying, put it in this kitty and distribute it as the law says. And that's what we do. But there's also direct private funding. This is where you get money directly coming into the coffers of the party. The Oppenheimers that give money to Action SA, it's direct funding. Gaten McKenzie, who gives money into a Patriotic Alliance, that is direct funding. When, who else? Martin Marshall gives money to Rise SA. There's an Arise in Potagada, and there's, Rise Mzansi. When Rise Mzansi received the 15 million, that was direct funding. And this is what the Act provides for. But it also says there are certain prohibitions on this money. What you spend it on, we don't have a problem. It's given to you directly, you spend it, you just tell us we received 1 million rands, this is how we spend it, we are happy. Whether you threw a bash, or you went overseas with it, or you gave out donations, smaller donations, we don't care about this money. But you just must tell us how much you received. And that's what the Act provides for. Parties may not accept donations from any of the following, which is 1, foreign governments or foreign government agencies. In taking that money, you're basically selling away our country. They can dictate policies here. And that is why we are saying you are not allowed to receive direct funding from foreign governments. Subject to subsection 4, foreign persons. Now we use an example of Elon Musk. So Elon Musk is an American citizen. And Elon Musk decides, I am going to give money to a party in South Africa. He can do it. But that money that he sends can only be used for policy development and training. And that is why when you looked at the Q3 report, there was a section that dealt with foreign donations. And you can please start reading this report. It comes out so a quota runs every 3 months. So we have Q1, which is 1 April to 30 June. Q2 is 1 July to 30 September. Q3 is 1 October to 31 December. Q4 is 1 January to 31 March. 2 months after that, we publish the report because we give parties 1 month to go and compile their submissions, submit them, gives us another month to do quality assurance, then we publish. But it starts telling a story about who is funding politics in South Africa. And you start seeing, when people start doing things, you start seeing, oh, this is why it's happening. But that is why we have this act, so that we start knowing who's putting money into our politics. You may not get money from an organ of state. That would be fiscal dumping. When the government department decides we're not going to spend so that we can give money to a political party, the law does not allow for that. Then you also have that you may not accept a single donation, a donation from a single source above 15 million rand. So the cap is currently at 15 million rand from an individual or an entity. But all of you sitting in here, if you all had the money, you could effectively, all of you, pay 15 million rands each into the coffers of one party, and there wouldn't be anything wrong with that. But one person, one individual is not allowed to put in more than 15 million rands in one financial year into a party's coffer. Now the 15 million rands could be 10 million rand cold hard cash and 5 million rands in 500 buses taking supporters to a rally. So it's cash and in kind. The max 15 million rands, one person. A Patrice Motsepe, as an individual, can say, I'm giving 15 million rands, and ARC will give in 15 million rands, and the Motsepe Foundation can give in another 15 million rands, all into the coffers of the same party. They are seen as individuals. Patrice Motsepe stands independent of all the other companies that he runs, and they all can make donations into the same party. Donations that you know, there's been a story, some party somewhere out there is receiving money from cigarettes, illegal cigarettes. Some party out there is funded by money from heists. You know there was a crime there, that money is tainted, you're not allowed to take such monies. Nothing prevents a party, we've dealt with the foreign donations and what they look like, and the maximum cap from a foreign donor is 5 million rands that is used specifically for that. Anything above 100,000 rands, 100,001 rand, you tell us. 100,001 rands, you tell us. Anything below that, keep it in your records. We will talk about it at the end of the year. Then we'll start asking questions. Where money is received from an entity, the party and the entity must say, we gave this party money, and the party must say, we received this money from this party. That report tells us who gave the money and who received the money and how much was received in that thing. Every quarter we publish, and then you can see who's got what. Nothing stops you from saying to a party, EFF, you had a rally, go FNB. You had a rally, go FNB. You have not declared anything. Can I see those books? Nothing stops you from doing it. In the same way as nothing stops us from saying to the EFF, we want to see those books. We want to see where that money came from, who you received it from, and how much did you receive? Or what did you receive? And that's in terms of the PAIA Act. Parties are also required in terms of PAIA to keep their records for 5 years. So you receive money in 2021, you must keep those records for 5 years. You receive money for 2022, you keep them for 5 years, and so on. So almost in terms of the Party Funding Act, molato ha o bole. There's no statute of limitations that says after this period, that debt has prescribed, we don't have an issue with it. Because our timelines take a bit of a while. We are only now going to publish our second annual report. We're at the end of the third year. We still have to publish report year second year. So you can imagine if we are only publishing report year second year almost a year later, you're only now interacting with that report, the financial year that ended in March 2023. So some of these things are ongoing. A party must keep the records, and I've said you must keep them for 5 years. You may not give money directly to a member of a political party unless you're giving them the money to pass on to the party. You know that Storisa Swartsak? I think we're all old enough to know Storisa Swartsak, that got somebody fired. If you think you are smarter than everybody else, one disgruntled party member is going to come out and say, in this year, this party received this money, and they never disclosed. We've already had some of them who are investigating. And a lot more are going to come out. Now that people are going to realize that they are not on party lists, they will come and tell us, oh no, you know there was a story like this. This person received this much money and they never said anything about it. So be careful what you do. Declare. If you're not sure, phone us. We will clarify it. We're not big guys. I'll tell you when we get to the enforcement part. I'm probably the second, no, I'm not the second biggest in the department. I'm the second smallest in the department. But we punch above our weight. We have pens that write very well. We write. We don't kick down doors. We write. And we're very effective at writing those letters. Political parties must furnish us with information. We ask, and we ask that you give us this information, whatever it is. We wake up in the morning, we read a newspaper article, and we decide we're going to ask these questions. We will write, and we will ask, and you must provide us the information. This is in terms of Section 11, same thing at Section 14, which I deal with it later. Every party must keep a record of all the money that they receive. Every cent, you must have a bank account, an account for every cent that comes into that party. Yes, you have 4,000 branches. You must run one bank account, or at least at some point, all those 4,000 bank accounts must be consolidated into the one account, and we must see one account. Your books must be audited. So you must appoint an auditor to look at your books and tell us what is in those books and whether those books comply with what the law says. If you don't, we are currently in court with 486 parties, simply because they did not submit audited financial statements. And when we say audited, we mean find an auditor that is registered with IRBA, not somebody who is not registered with IRBA. So it's very specific in the law what they must be. The financial year runs 1 April, 31 March. Within 3 months, so by June, end of June, you must submit your financial statements to an auditor for them to audit. As soon as the auditor has done their work, end of September, it must be submitted to us. And it clarifies in the law what the auditor must look at and what they must tell us. That the auditor does that work does not stop us from asking questions and saying, please open those records. We want to see what is in those records. Now, to answer questions that you haven't asked, the EFF has not declared, and it's public knowledge, that the EFF has not been declaring any donations, but they threw a big bash for FNB. We've written to them and we said, what happened there? He said, no, it was small amounts. We said, no, it's fine. Let's wait for the end of the financial year. If we can't see it, we will come back. But we are coming. 3-4 weeks ago, no, late Jan, Action SA woke up and said, ANC received money to settle Ezulwini, but they have not said anything. We said, let's wait until the end of this month. ANC has not said anything. We are writing. So we do write. And as soon as we get answers, we will come back and say, these were the answers that we got. And in terms of PAIA, you are allowed to come to us and say, what was the answer that you got from ANC? What did the EFF say to you? Rise SA says, hey man, we got posters and we got them for 5 rands a poster. It was 5 rands a poster. Expect a letter, my brother. Expect a letter, we are writing. We're buying posters that are about 30 rands a poster and you are getting them for 5 rands. Tell us how you got it right. But we are writing. We are writing. 6 months, end of September, all parties must submit their audit financial statements. We'll have a look at them, start compiling our reports, and then the AG comes in and checks that we've done a good job. And then we submit our report to Parliament, and then you have it as a public document. Enforcement. We write. We write, we write, we write. That's what we do. We don't break down doors. We're not like the former Scorpions or the FBI or anybody else. Imagine I get trying to kick down a door. We don't do that. So we'll come and we'll knock, we'll write letters, we'll exchange, but trust us. If you don't do what we're asking you to do, you might end up in, what's the worst prison more Limpopo? Makat. No. Tulamel. No. Kutamas Ntumul. Now imagine you are in prison. You're in that maximum prison, Kutamas Ntumul. And you're all exchanging stories. You know, as prisoners, you're exchanging stories. So how did you land here? You know, the IEC came, they wrote me a letter, and I did not disclose something, and here I am today. And you've got a 5-year sentence for not replying to a letter because you thought, they won't do anything. We write, we ask nicely. If you don't respond, we will bring the stick. It looks very innocuous. It looks very small, but it's serious. Imagine you have a criminal record for not responding to a letter, and then next thing you can't stand as a candidate because you didn't respond to a letter. You know, and then you have to wait another 5 years. Remember, you go to jail, you get a sentence, and it's a 5-year sentence. So you wait another 5 years until that sentence finishes before you're eligible to stand for elections again. 5 years is a long time in politics. Comply, you have an easy life. Where you receive money, we can tell you easily, write to us, explain, let's ask the questions, you write to us, we explain to each other, and we're happy. But if you don't, we go to court. Ultimately, we're almost like the SIU. We're very effective in what we do. We do it slowly, we don't do it in the public eye, but we're very effective in what we do. If you receive money irregularly, somebody gives you money, and they don't say who they gave you the money, who it was that gave you money, please tell us. Don't hide it. Because we will find out. Somebody will be disgruntled, they will come and say, we looked at the reports, there was no recording of this money that you received, what happened? And we have powers to come back to you. Now imagine this, in this whole world where the IEC does not give you money, you're not receiving a cent from us. You receive money, you don't tell us. And then we have to come and take the money from you because you didn't tell us. The law says that. And as soon as we take the money from you, we give it to the 15. and you don't get a cent. So your hard work comes to naught. So do the right thing, comply, comply, comply. Tell us, and let us help you comply. Hopefully one day we get to, no, we don't get, don't expect us to date my party. We're not in that space. Sure. The party is liable to pay to the commission any money that is accepted or in contravention of 8, 9, 1, and 10. So if you receive money that you're not supposed to receive, you've contravened the law, you must pay the money to us. The commission may institute any money, may recover money by instituting civil claims. You receive this money. Oh, every party must appoint an accounting officer. When we come knocking, you're the first person we come looking for. Party dissolves, we still come after you. Legal proceedings mean we could easily come and get your house auctioned to pay for the debt of a party because you could not be bothered to get the party to do the right thing. If you're wearing the head of an accounting officer in your party, please make sure that the party does the right thing. You're the first person we come after. You're the person we write to, you're the person we come after. You will bring out everybody else, but you are accused number one in this case. Not like the other men said, we stand as accused number one. Money paid or recovered must be credited to the funds. We've dealt with that. We do issue fines. They're very steep. They're very steep. I think the minimum, the parties that we took to court for just not submitting audited financial statements are required to pay 40,000 rands. So the 40,000 rands is just the fine after you've had to bring a lawyer to go through court and everything else. Let's do the simple things and save our time and save the money as well. But that's what the law says. The jail part, as I've said, any person commits an offense or contravenes sections 8, 9, 1, 9, 2, or 10, and sections 12, 1, 12, 2, 12, 4, and 13, 2. So the first group comes with a 5-year, come with a fine, jail, or both. The second group, 2 years, fine, or both. We are not in the business of getting people jailed. You know, you might decide that you want to disregard the court orders, you think the courts are being malicious, but just do the right thing. Otherwise, it has consequences. If you don't agree with the decision we make, you can go to the electoral court. Now, any issues that you have in your political parties, any issues, don't go to a high court of Limpopo or Gauteng Central, no. Go directly to the electoral court. Electoral court has a very short role. It is a dedicated court that only deals with issues in the election space. So if it's not election related, they don't listen to it. You have a leadership dispute, electoral court. You don't agree with a decision by the IEC, electoral court. 2-3 weeks, sorted. We walk away happy, we have a decision. Some decisions turn around in a week. You don't have money to take us to court, go back to the electoral court. They'll say to you, we will listen to your case. You don't need a lawyer for us to listen to. But go directly to the electoral court. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes my presentation. You've been a good audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tsoke. I just want to check with you as to whether we continue with the questions or we go for tea and come back.
Let's do any questions so we can reduce them. Huh?
Yeah, let's continue with the questions, and then after that, we'll have a way forward by Mr. Sianeho, and then we go out for tea, then we'll depart. In that order, we can start from, yeah.
Ke a leboga. Ke bušeletše gape ke Tsatsi Jeffrey Mrema from Civic Warriors. Ke nyaka go checka mo le bontate, I think,
Okay.
Sanel.
Talk. Oh,
Ge ba bolela mo ba bontšhitše gore in case you find gore go na le motho or candidate e leng gore sale a bona molato kwa court, and then as well option ya fine, he's not fit. So now I just want to check with him, or if this person o bone molato, but at the same time the sentence ya suspendiwa, yena o fit or not. Thank you.
Tawela. Ndi Masiari. Ndina mbuziso. Nila ku tiva ku ri sweswi ni twaku mi kha mi vulavula ku ri ti-funding ta lava nga represented hi fake hi registara a hi na mali. Someone comes in and say ni nga mi nyika mali yo registara, i faka declare kwihi? Second question, loko mina supposing I'm the leader of the party ya mina yi hava na 5 rand, ni la ku registara, do I still have to declare? Ni endla yini? Please help.
Sanibonani. Ulavi Madonsela we-MK. Kakhulukazi i-question yami ibheze kwilokhu njani lapha kuma-funding. Nokudeclare. Because some other questions ekhona is nice ukuthi ku-IEC yakhuluma and then yas-workshopa, but if you check whatever izinto ezenzakalayo emehlweni ethu njengase-South Africa azisigculisi, azisinelisi, we are not satisfied. Did you make an example, my leader? When's the example in the EFF? But ukuthi declare. And is there not only a EFF SNZ manifesto that was CFE Lokujani, Moses Mapita, but you are so quiet another party because SNZ 2 Yama Lokunjani. Actually see there. Actually Simbombela, actually Sane Lokujani. But you now kombi auschain ukuthi kwenzakalani, and it's better ukuthi usikhombise ukuthi EFF declare si questionile. And then number 2, ANC iyenzile irally yase lokho Moses Mabhida yaphinda futhi yenza irally yase lokho njani yasembombela ba declare, because sisesena lokho njani. And nenye question yokugcina enginayo ukuthi iIEC njengoba isho ikhuluma isifundisa today ike yenzani since we are still waiting ngendaba ze CR17. Ngiyabonga.
Kialego the official IEC, my colleagues from different unrepresented political parties, and the incoming members of parliament. So now my question is, really a challenge. Renali unrepresented political parties, ngara na bedrishimisa our own pockets. Rerana for this process ya arrange the election from my side. And now we do everything from our own pockets. Then Reagwana Rena is an executive member. Then we do and we agree that everything. So the challenge good. Eridia the kubelo go about Vawe Bagartusao. Avari Efen.
ba re yana mara di-political party tse dingwe di a ikhumana. So re kenya go botsisa criteria ewe tsela e re ka e šomisago gore le rena ba kgone go re thusa. Ka re o rana a political party ka your own pocket is very difficult, but we do it. And re a kgona, ka re a kgona go kwana ra diantse mara re bona gore kwa pele do re imela. Na le executive ya rena re a kgona go dula fase ra dia everything. Dilo tsa tsamaya botse. Then the problem gore batho bale re a ngwala mangwala ra opela dilo tsa tšelo di butse ka mokwana ra mention gore ke ya ene and so on mara challenge ya borena gore a ba respond ya botse mara re dira makala go kwela political party nga ba e fa 15 million ra e fa 10 million re kena ga tsa na criteria ya go bela tšhelete wa ya di donation e tsamaya bjang and lo ana ya be ka ra account ya party na tšhelete e we borena as the member of the party executive re contributao ra idzentša ka account le yona re tsone re disclose na ka ra agree go from our own pockets I go from the donors e ke nyaka go tsebana mo rena re tsone re disclose na ya lebo.
Thank you very much. I'm Shivur Simpson from Able Leadership. I've got only 2 questions here. The last presenter indicated that the Political Party Funding Act is not applicable to unrepresented parties. I just want to know if I'm correct when I put it in this way. We are not governed by that because we are not represented. And then my second question is a bit of a challenge with regard to uploading a spreadsheet for supporters. I wonder if the presenter is still around here. For instance, if you are loading spreadsheet, you are uploading spreadsheet for Limpopo. When you upload, the spreadsheet crosses over to other provinces. I wonder if maybe you might have noticed that. We uploaded spreadsheet for Limpopo. When we opened Mpumalang, we realized that spreadsheet is there. We opened Gauteng, we realized it's there. When we upload the spreadsheet for Gauteng, this spreadsheet goes across the provinces. I just want to check if maybe you have noticed that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Masilu Sillo Joseph Malagalaka from Umkondo West Party, Capricorn region. Mine is clarity-seeking question with regard to filling support form. What I want to know, as Umkondo West, we are contesting everything. Our supporters need to go through trouble of filling all 3 forms for national, regional, and province, or one form can be filled and used or be attached to all those forms. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions that have been posed to us. That offers us an opportunity to clarify a few things. I'm going to start with the last one about the issue of the forms for supporters from Mr. Malakalaka. The last time I checked, it looks like the party was doing quite well in terms of capturing your supporters. And from where I'm sitting, it looks like you may not even have a problem in terms of the submission of your party list. Well, I can't vouch for that, I don't know. Remember, on the 8th of March, finally when you push the submit button, that's when a lot will be revealed. But this is how it works. If you have a list for Limpopo, list of supporters for Limpopo, that list must contain the names of voters who registered in Limpopo. The minute you have the same names appearing for your list for Northwest, there's a problem. That should not be the case. The Northwest list must contain the names of voters from Northwest. In other words, registered as voters in the Northwest.
Sorry, I'm talking about national list, regional list, and provincial list. My question was, when a supporter fills this one form,
Yes.
this supporter can be attached to a province, again region, again national, on the same province.
Oh yes, yeah. No, so sorry about that one. I think in my presentation I did touch on that one. Now, you're contesting all. We are assuming that you're contesting all the national, the regional, and the provincial. And now you want to know which list is applicable. Can we have the same name for national, regional, and provincial? Now, here is the catch. Let's start with the national. The national does not restrict you. Anybody sitting anywhere in the country can be on that list. Remember, they are national. As long as they are South African registered voters, for national, they're fine, 100%. Now we come to the regional. Now you're contesting the regional list for Limpopo. Now, that list must contain registered voters who are registered in Limpopo. The same people might be on your national, but for this regional, they must be registered in Limpopo, right? And now you want to see if contesting for Limpopo legislature, would you still have the same people? The answer is yes. They are registered in Limpopo. So they qualify to be on your support list. The only time you would not have the same name on two lists is when you have two regions that you're contesting. Those names cannot be the same. Like I was saying earlier, the regional list for Limpopo must contain registered voters in Limpopo. The regional list for Northwest must contain the Northwest registered voters. The provincial legislature list for Limpopo must contain the Limpopo registered voters. Even if for this they are the same, then you're covered.
Let's say maybe when they upload there, is it specifically showing that this is upload for province, this is upload for region, this is upload for national?
Exactly, yes. When you're submitting for Limpopo, it will be very clear that the list you're submitting is for Limpopo.
Yes.
When you are doing so for Northwest or Gauteng, it will be clear this list is for Gauteng and therefore must contain the Gauteng list of registered voters. And that is why, if you're submitting for Gauteng, as an example, but on that Gauteng list, you have registered voters coming from Limpopo, that's when the system will flag it and say, no, this one is registered in Limpopo. And therefore, it cannot be uploaded on Gauteng lists. Can only be for Limpopo.
I hear you. The main confusion
Yes.
is one person, those forms are three. It's for national, region, and province.
That's correct.
When supporter fills, he is obliged to fill form number 1, form number 2, form number 3, or one form can be filled and that form be used to be attached on those three lists.
Sorry, maybe can you just repeat that last sentence?
Okay. It's three forms, ne?
Yes.
The supporter. Is supporter obliged to fill the form for national, the form for regional, and the form for province, or we can use one form. It's the same person who supports MK. That person supporting MK for province is supporting MK for region, is supporting MK for national. Can he fill one form, or he must fill three
For
forms?
all three?
Yes.
That's the question?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now that makes things a lot more clearer. Remember, you have three different elections. You have the national election, you have the regional election, you have the provincial election. So these are three different elections, and therefore you need three different lists with three different names for those lists.
for compliance, o tshwere form ya hae. Ko Pretoria o tshwere ya gagwe, ko Kempton Park o tshwere ya hae. So you must submit, the same person, same supporter must submit 3 different forms. Because that process is, those are 3 different elections and they're handled differently. So you must comply in the national election, you must comply in the regional election, you must comply in the provincial election. But you can use, you can use electoral policy for national support. I don't support the region. In fact, I don't support the region or support the Hatabo province. You can do that. Yes. But you can't submit one form. They've already AC. Let a photocopy and that is your question. We can't do it. So you must have 3 forms for that one supporter because they go to 3 different people. Or you must sign all those forms differently. Right. If they don't, how can short go home? Conditional. But I try to comply with all provinces. You continue with the province, you will not again, and you will not say, hey, man, I think I want that in count.
And I think that particular one is linked to the second one posed by Able Leadership, if I'm not mistaken. It was a similar question saying that the one list is spreading over to the next province, if I'm not mistaken. Now, if you're capturing a list for Limpopo provincial legislature, now, when you say it spreads over to the next province, I'm not sure in what sense, because it's supposed to be a separate list from the one that you would have from the Northwest or Mpumalanga. So it's got to be one list for Limpopo, another different separate list for Northwest, another separate different list for another province, for Gauteng as an example. So the spreading over into another, I think that's where I'm getting lost. I'm not sure exactly what... shall I just have that one? I'm hoping it's a follow-up question.
Basically, isn't that after capturing for a particular province, you capture for Limpopo. After that, you have to download a spreadsheet for Limpopo. You populate that. After having done that, you upload. When you upload, it goes to all the provinces. That's what I wanted to check. When
It goes on to another province.
Yes, when you upload to your Limpopo province, that spreadsheet will also appear in the other provinces where you didn't upload to.
The same spreadsheet?
Yes, that is the system. That is what the system is doing. I should think we have communicated even that with the IEC National about that.
Okay.
We wrote
I think what we need to do, if you could just please, let's have your details and follow up on that specific issue. It shouldn't be the case.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I think a few more questions that I could take. Most of them were on funding. Others are for Mr. Tsoke on the Mbombela Stadium issue. Oh yes, there was one posed on the Section 47 and Section 106 of the Constitution. Now, if somebody has been convicted, like we say, and that sentence has been suspended, that sentence is still valid nonetheless. The person has been convicted for a 5-year period without an option of a fine. The only time that sentence would not be effective is when a period of 5 years has already lapsed, right? Then that person qualifies again to contest, to be on the list. But if the period is still within the 5-year period, then I'm afraid that person, if that sentence did not have an option of a fine, is still equally affected, even if that sentence has been suspended. So it doesn't, the suspension does not change anything. The only thing that would change is when that period has lapsed. The 5-year period has lapsed, then it is no longer effective. And then the person can stand again as a candidate. The others, Mr. Tsoka, for you about, yeah. I think I'm done. Thank you very much.
All right. Ntate o rile, and I think he's now left. No, next one. Ke tlo fihla mo wena. Ntate o na botsa dipotso mo. If he puts money into a party, he donates into the party, does he have to declare? We want to know every cent. The law says you must tell us every cent that goes into your party. So whether it is you or it is somebody else co-starting, it is money going into the party, and therefore we want to know every cent that goes into the party coffers. For whatever reason, we want to know that. Example ya EFF. It's exactly that. It's an example. I said to you, we have about 580 political parties. I had 30 minutes, I was making examples. But also, Q4 starts 1 January, ends 31 March. Kajeko gidi 3. No, gidi 4 March. Q4 has not ended. Celebration ya Mbombela, celebration ya Moses Mabhida happened this year. We are still in Q4. Parties still have to come back to us and tell us what they received in Q4. I could ask the same question and answer the same way. You are not saying, why are we not asking MK about all the money that they've been spending around the rallies? It is still Q4. We will wait for Q4 to end. If you don't tell us, we will write to you and say what happened. We are still in Q4. So examples, there's plenty, my brother. I could tell you things that will scare you about what we see out there. But it's exactly that. It is examples to show a certain story. When I said ARA, it had nothing to do with ARA. But I was using them as an example to make a point. And I needed you to understand that. Phala. The law says, currently, that small booklet does not give us powers to enter into intra-party elections. It doesn't. What the courts have decided, because it has gone as far as, in fact, it was not the Phala, it was NASREC, CR22 NASREC. Let me finish. Huh? Yeah, I'm getting there. I'm answering exactly that question. That's why I've said not Phala, but that specifically. The courts have said where an office bearer in the executive, so somebody, how many ministers do we have? One of those ministers receives funding to contest an internal political election. They must tell the secretary of that legislature where that money came from. That is the law that was decided in the Concord, I think last year, if not the year before last. It does not say IEC get involved in there. We don't have powers to enter into internal party electoral funding. We don't. If the money was coming in and funding ANC, because it's an ANC question, if the money was coming in and funding the ANC as a party, we would have an issue with it. But the money went into funding the CR17 campaign. The law has not given us powers to enter that space. We can't enter that space. Okay. The criteria for funding. The law only says represented political parties, fund them at 67% proportional, 33% equitable. It says fund from the RPPF, give them this much money. If you get any other money from the Multi-Party Democracy Fund, give them that money as well. It does not include anybody else. That is currently the law that we administer. And I said when I started here, We don't write these laws, we only administer them. That is what was given to us, that is what we're going to implement. If the 7th administration decides that it is going to provide for the funding of all parties that are registered with the Commission, and we are given that mandate, we will administer it. But for now, we're not given that space, so we're not entering that space. Should you disclose own donations? Yes. Any cent you receive, whether it's from you or from Gama next door, you must tell us. If it's above 100,000 rands every quarter, if it's anything else that you receive below 100,000 rands from a single donor, we will see it when you submit your audited financial statements at the end of the year. Is the Party Funding Act not applicable to represented political parties? No. The Political Party Funding Act affects all registered political parties. Registered, represented, and unrepresented. So whether you have a seat or you don't have a seat, the law covers you, but it makes a distinction when it comes to certain aspects. It says, for those that are represented, you can give them money because you would have received money to pass on. For those that are unrepresented, there's no money. They can go out and fundraise, and when they've raised those funds and they've received the money, they must tell you who gave you that money. And that's all the law says. Thank you.
Is that a follow-up?
No, it's not a follow-up. I think we are getting confusion here concerning these forms. I think it's 2 forms, not 3 forms. We are getting confusion. And the IEC strategy to explain thoroughly to our new MP. Our new MP asked you a very simple question, but I think maybe he didn't answer. So it's 2 forms. This one says list of signatures contest National Assembly regional seats.
All right. I think let's clarify. Let's clarify the principle. And I think that is the principle in that Nabatlo. You are right in that. Natoko so.
Yeah, it's 2 forms, not 3 forms.
No, I'm saying, let me finish. I'm saying you are right that it is 2 forms.
Yes.
Which is 1 for supporters for a regional, for the regions,
Yes.
and 1 for the province. You are correct.
Yes.
Question in the Naibot was, can you take, when they go around and collect these signatures, can you say you collect only for the region? On 1 form and it gets transferred across. So Khosi does not have to sign 2 forms. Khosi only signs 1 form, and the Electoral Commission will then transfer Khosi's name from the region to the province to make sure that the party complies on the other side. I get going to know about that. And that is the answer that I gave, that no, you must complete the regional list and the provincial list. So, yes, we are wrong in saying there was a national, provincial, and a regional list. There are only regional and provincial supporters, but Khosi must sign both forms.
Earlier when I made my presentation, I said the national list is supported by Appendix 1, the regional list Appendix 2, and the provincial list Appendix 3. Now that's in terms of the requirement in terms of parties submitting their list. What that clearly indicates to you is that there are 3 different elections as we said. So these are 3 different. One national, it's got its own requirement, both in terms of submission of candidate lists and in terms of submission of supporters lists. So let's look at them as 3 separate elections with their own 3 different requirements.
Thank you, Ntate Saneo, and thank you, Mr. Soike, for answering those questions. Colleagues, we have come to the end of the question and answer session. Now we should be getting to the last item, which is item on the way forward. Yeah, on that note, the other facilitator or program director still went out. She requested me to handle this part, but on behalf of all the two or both two program facilitators, I pass the word of gratitude for your patience, for your participation, and for having made time to come over this side and being very obedient candidates or even attendees. So I do not want to take long. I'm just passing the message on behalf of the program directors. On that note, now I'm going to call Ntate Saneo to give us the way forward. Over to you, sir.
Now, finally, ladies and gentlemen, we are closing.
There was a last question.
Sorry?
I'm having a question. I don't know, am I allowed to ask that question? It's concerning these forms, because they gave us two forms for national and provincial, and they told us anyone serves everything. And this already means that most of the parties that are going to be disqualified, because of that we're using for, if you got a national, you give your the other one to let people sign, and then if you get for provincial, it's like they said they are just meaning one thing. And then my question is, if it is like this, meaning that most of the parties are going to be disqualified, and then if on a national, on a provincial, we are disqualified, and then we'll be allowed to contest on national now, because you can see that provincial and the region, this thing is already disqualifying most of us. And then can we have opportunity to contest on a national level only now? Question clear.
Okay, let me take this opportunity to try to address what you are saying. Right, as in Ntate Saneo, we have Appendix 1, Appendix 2, and Appendix 3. Appendix 1 is for the national, Appendix 2 is for the regional, and Appendix 3 is for the provinces. So, the main thing is to look at what was the required quota for one seat at national legislature in 2019. For example, we gave an example about 75,000. So if you want to contest a seat at national, you should be saying, okay, if a seat was maybe say 75,000, then now when I bring my supporters, what is the 15% of 75,000, for goodness sake, even if it's 90,000? So then you take that to be the 15%. That shows that you have a support base to contest that side. So I think we may be missing the fact that maybe we have a national there, we have the forms, in terms of the form where they say we have the regional one there and we also have the provincial one. But as Mr. Saneo was saying, I have, there is a gazette number 50066. I'll have just to check and show some of you later after this, so that we don't delay this meeting. I can remain behind and show you those things in terms of the regulations, in terms of the candidate nomination. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Indeed, should we not be 100% clear, we would not want you to leave this place still a bit confused. So here we offer an opportunity to stay behind and take you through the issues. Ladies and gentlemen, just a few issues that we need to look at in terms of our way forward. The first one relates to your representation in PLC meetings, political liaison committee meetings. A number of parties have made some inquiries to the Electoral Commission on this particular issue. So I think it would really assist for us to clear up that issue as one of the way forward issues. This issue is regulated in terms of the Electoral Commissions Act, that if a registered political party needs to be a member of PLC, that party must be represented in any of the legislative bodies that they want representation for PLC. Let me give an example. If you are represented at the National Assembly level, then as a party, you qualify to sit at all PLCs in any province, nationally, provincially, and locally, for as long as you're represented nationally. If you are a party represented provincially, in terms of the Electoral Commissions Act, you qualify for representation in that province where you are represented. In other words, if you have a seat in the provincial legislature, then you can sit in PLC in any of the local PLCs and the provincial PLC. That would mean you have provincial representation at the provincial legislature. If you're a party and you have representation at a specific municipality, then you qualify to sit in PLC in that municipality where you are represented. So the issue is about representation where you need to qualify to sit for PLC. However, the inquiries that have been sent through to us, and we are in the process of doing so, the request is that now that this week marks the closure of the submission of lists, immediately after the 8th, we should be knowing which party qualifies to sit in PLC, in which case we've already received some names from certain parties indicating that they need so and so to represent this party in the provincial PLC. So that will take effect after the candidate nominations. So for those who have not received responses from the Commission, we are in the process of doing so. I'm sure not later than tomorrow, those letters would have come through with that explanation that you will qualify to sit in PLC upon representation. Another alternative would be to write to the Chief Electoral Officer and petition for sitting in any of the PLC where you want to sit. And I know that as we sit here, the Commission has not made any pronouncements in terms of any representation that may have been made up to so far. But the issue that I'm raising now is from the candidate nomination closure, which is this Friday. Those parties that will have successfully submitted their list will then qualify. And in terms of our invitation to PLCs, it would mean that after this Friday, those parties that qualify and independent candidates that qualify to sit on PLCs, you will then get invitation whenever we have those PLC meetings. I just thought I should clarify that so that you are clear about that one. The other issue going forward is the issue around training. I indicated when I started that we are going to be arranging training for a number of political parties. That includes a whole lot of training, includes the results training, as well as party agents training or political agents training. One of the serious challenges that we have for each election is that the information that we give to party agents doesn't filter through to the ordinary person or supporter or the parties, for that matter. And that information gets lost because it doesn't filter down. And party agents on election day, instead of assisting the Electoral Commission, because we assume they will have been trained, they are themselves a problem to the IEC, because normally parties would then delegate agents that have not received any training. So you find that those agents that have not received any training, they go there to stations, and instead of adding value, they end up being problems themselves to the commission, simply because they do not have information. We do offer training to party agents or political agents, and when we arrange for that training, we will let you know that we are arranging training for agents, and please ensure that you have representation there. And not only that, after training, that information must filter down to everybody, including those agents who will be there but will not have received training from the commission. We'd expect that those trainers that will have been trained by the IEC must now roll out training to their own fellow political agents. That is a request that we're making, and when that training comes through, we would humbly request that you do so. The next issue is on the availability of the voters' roll. On the timetable, you will see that there is a date on which the Commission will make available the copy of the voters' roll after certification by the Chief Electoral Officer. Each party that qualifies to participate in the election after the submission of the lists, such parties or independent candidates qualify for a copy of the voters' roll, and those copies will be made available to those parties as well as independent candidates. But I must be very, very quick to indicate that there is a legislated guideline around availability of the voters' roll. The voters' roll is meant to be used strictly, and I say strictly with a careful choice of words, strictly for purposes of elections. We do have people coming to our offices every now and then, including the members of SAPS. They say, we want to arrest somebody. This person has murdered somebody and we need to make an arrest. We need assistance from the IEC. Can we make available information for, from the voters' roll on this person? Unfortunately, in terms of the legislation, we can't even make information available from the voters' roll to the SAPS, because to do so will be to contravene the guidelines. And so, when the time comes and we make available that voters' roll to qualifying contestants, you are under a very, very serious obligation to ensure that you use the voters' roll for purposes relating to elections and nothing else. Other than that, you need to be aware. And in fact, when we make available that copy of the voters' roll, we make you sign for it, so that when you contravene that provision, I will come with half brown and pint of milk in jail, because that's what will happen. That is why, even as the officials of the IEC, I cannot make a copy of the voters' roll available, even to the SAPS, even to Coxter, when they say we need to, award houses, RDP houses to some people that applied long ago. We can't trace them. Can you please help us with information from the voters? We can't do that, because the legislation is very, very clear on that one. So I'm just saying, as and when you receive the copies, when you receive it, just make sure that you remember that there are some provisions or guidelines, legislated guidelines, that must be strictly followed. So we will make that available, and it will only be made available in PDF format. Recently, the Commission took a resolution that we will only make it available on PDF format as an electronic copy and no longer as hard copies. Hard copies have got their own serious problems, and now the Commission has taken a resolution that they're moving away from the hard copies of the voters' roll. So when that time comes, we'll call you in, you sign, you receive your copy of the PDF, probably that will be on a CD, and you can then use it for purposes relating to elections. The next one is around the special voting applications. You will have seen on the electoral timetable that we will open and close for special voting. Those people that, as you know, in terms of the legislation, would not be able to present themselves on election day. Now, the legislation has been amended, ladies and gentlemen. Previously, we've had some challenges around application for special voting. This facility has been abused previously. Abused so much that the Commission has in the process lost a lot of money for things that could have easily been avoided. What kind of abuse? For example, people would vote on behalf of somebody who clearly does not qualify. Remember, this is meant for people who cannot. The infirm, the women with pregnancy, advanced pregnancy, and so on. So the legislation is very clear in terms of who qualifies. And you have proxy applications for people who clearly do not qualify. You do a home visit for somebody, when you get there, this is a young man who clearly doesn't qualify, and in fact, some of them don't even know somebody applied on their behalf. And what is clear is that some parties were using this facility as a tool for campaigning. They'll say, no, don't go to the voting station. The IST will come to you, even for somebody who doesn't qualify. Now the legislation has been amended. The requirement is when you are applying as a proxy for somebody else on their behalf, we are also going to take your details as proxy applicant to ensure that where there is evidence of abuse, you as a proxy applicant must take accountability. And that means there are stipulated sentences in the code of conduct, in the legislation, that that person will have to be responsible for that abuse. And the other issue is we used to receive in boxes applications for special voting. Now, in those boxes, you find that somebody will come in the last minute before we close, dump that box of special applications, special vote applications, and go home. Now the requirement is different. Whatever number of applications that you're bringing to us to capture, you cannot leave until we are done with capturing that box that you submitted. And the issue is we also need, as I indicated, take your details so that should there be abuse, you take full accountability for that abuse. But we do appreciate where political parties apply for special voting on behalf of Bogogo. Some Bogogo can no longer walk. And so we appreciate when political parties apply for special votes for those who can no longer really, for genuine reasons, can no longer go to stations to cast their ballot. So that's something that we truly appreciate. The only problem we have with is the abuse, and that is why the legislation has now been amended to do away with that abuse. The last issue, as a way forward, is the certificates that will be issued for candidates. Once everything is done, objections on candidates has been done, appeals, and everything is done, and we have published the list of candidates that are participating in these elections. You will see on the timetable that by that date, we must also make available certificates to the candidates. What are the certificates for, and how should they be used? On election day, a candidate has got the right to go to any station within that jurisdiction where they are a candidate, to any of the voting stations to inspect whether or not things are going according to plan. Now, that certificate is supposed to be carried by that candidate to show the presiding officer when they arrive. Remember, the presiding officer would not know every candidate that is contesting. So that certificate is meant as an identity for that candidate, for political party or independent, when they arrive to say, I'm a candidate, here is my certificate, I'm here to check if whatever they want to check, if everything is going according to plan, whatever they want to check. However, what is not allowed is for that candidate to get to that voting station on election day and they sit there the whole day. That is simply what is not allowed. Remember, the party will have appointed agents, and those agents are the ones that are supposed to be doing the political agents' work and not the candidates themselves. The candidates are meant to carry that certificate, use it to identify themselves when they get to the voting station, to the presiding officer to say that indeed they are a candidate in these elections and therefore entitled to visit any station within their jurisdiction. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you well. I take my hat off to your presence here, knowing fully that one of the interests that you have is to strengthen constitutional democracy in this country. And as the Electoral Commission, as we did in many years, we're still intending to ensure that 2024 will come and go with the IEC officials having done their best to add value to this democracy. We know that the more, the merrier. And indeed, in the IEC, I can assure you that we are approachable. Should you have issues that you want to raise with us, our doors are always open, or you can call. We'll assist you in the best possible way we can. And for that reason, we sincerely wish to thank you very much for your being here. And I'm sure that this will not be the last time we see of each other. Probably see each other again in our various PLC meetings as we prepare for 2024. Thank you very much. Thank you.